What's going on? What's going on, family? It's your boy Agent Dynamite on the Living Legend, man. We are back at it again, man, with another opportunity to show you guys how to turn dirt into dollars, man. We are so grateful to be back before you. We got the team backstage today, so I'm gonna give you guys an opportunity. You want to share this early right now? It's on your Facebook page. If it's on your YouTube channel, make sure you send the link out because you got about 4.5 hours today of professionals gonna come forth and give you the sauce. They show you how to do new construction real estate, right? If you're that individual that you've been looking to be able to grow your business, you're trying to put yourself in position to really understand how money works. We have a whole team today as a roster that's going to come forth and give it to you from a real estate perspective, from a trust attorney perspective, for how to structure your insurance, to how to make sure you vet a deal. If you're a veteran out there and you want to learn this deal from a veteran perspective, we have our national coordinator that's on with us today that's going to show you how to put a deal together using your VA benefits and understand how the assignments go. Guys, we're going to show you how to work with lenders, understand that, capital deck structures and how to really stack your capital. Like all this information, right, is what you need to have. So if you're a person that's brand new in real estate, right, or you're a person that's just getting started, you've been doing this for a while, here's an opportunity, guys, for you to come forth and be able to learn. So let's get this deal reeling and rocking today. Again, we're going to give you a couple moments to be able to share with individuals because this is something that you don't want to miss today, guys. You want to be able to get this information. So for wherever you are, we typically do this event in Houston, right? Due to the weather that's been going on, we're in a position right now where we say, listen, let's just go virtual. Let's take this deal all across the country, all across the nation. Let all the individuals tune in from wherever you are. So God is good, man. You got to learn how to turn lemons into lemonade. So I ain't gonna say kick back and enjoy the show, right? I'm gonna say pull out your notepad, get your pencils, get your pad, and let's take this deal on the ride. So we're going to open this up with some testimonies for some of our partners across the country, how they feel about the base experience, and we're going to get right to it, guys, and we're going to start showing you how to vet a deal. All right, let's get it. All right, real quick, let's pause the T. Let's start it back over real quick. The volume's not coming through, so let's run it back one more time. Make sure you can hear it on your side. All right, let's get that queued up real quick back for you guys. All right, cool. So while we getting that right, I'm glad I saw that early. Man, we want to make sure y'all get all of it. All right, if you need to come up to, you can. All right, so the video we queuing up right now is a testimonial video of the community that we want to make sure you guys got this information firsthand. All right, there we go. All right, good to go, brother.
I got in here in Base through Brooks and Davis, and since I was introduced to Base, the amazing things that they're doing, it was a no-brainer.
My initial thought was I had already participated in the phone call, so I thought I knew the material. Well, when I got here, what I experienced was more than I expected.
I met the brothers at the Black Wall Street conference, and they invited me here, and baby, I'm so glad to have been in the room.
First of all, it helps that I know the presenters, the owners, and wanted to come and support, but didn't realize I would get so much information from myself.
A wealth of information. Like the flyer said, there's 150 years of education, knowledge, experience, and it was all brought to us in the last 2 days.
Base, first of all, I love the heart that they come with to this, to this environment. They really are true to wanting to serve the community, and I want to be a part of something like that. So I want to lead by example, but I want to be connected with people who are leaders and are people-centered, community-centered.
There are builders, pro tax professionals, legacy builders, all for us, right here, this day in Houston.
Oh, very impactful, very impactful. Well, they got to reaffirm a lot of things that I've learned over the years, and I'm glad to see the younger generation take charge of what's happening, and it's going to be very beneficial and it's stuff I can take back to the Mississippi Delta.
The knowledge. There was a lot of things that I just did not know. And there's simple things, there's simple steps that we can take to be successful in real estate and in life. And they presented that to us today. So I'm grateful to be here.
You know, we have been in real estate now for about 3 years, and we found ourselves to have some success, but we just needed a team behind us and more knowledge to get us over the hurdle. And I think we found that at Base.
Yes. The professionals they brought in live, their detail, the clarity that they brought to the concept was incredible. And also the other attendees, they had questions and perspectives that I hadn't considered, so that expanded my thinking. So what I learned here in the networking and as an attendee, those things can be transferred to my future business transactions and throughout my life. So that's why being here live mattered.
The most impactful thing I learned of this weekend is definitely about the life insurance and the trust, and about the veterans. How a lot of our veterans today are missing out, just a lack of knowledge and don't understand how they can build wealth and leverage what they have with their VA benefits.
I really honed in to the veteran speaker who gave us so much information about how veterans can become homeowners, they can become investors, and et cetera, with a VA loan.
The most impactful is realizing that I actually can't afford to be a homeowner, being a single woman in Houston. And being an empty nester, I wanted to have something that my children can come back to if they need to ever return back home. So it's something that I definitely will share with friends of mine that have had the same fear as myself out here with the housing market right now.
Affordable housing is possible, y'all. Not only is it possible, it's happening. And Base Financial is heading it up, y'all. You better learn more about Base because, baby, they are the truth.
Listen, if you're on the fence, simply just come, jump on a call, come to an event, see it for yourself.
Worst that can happen is you don't find anything useful for yourself, but you'll definitely learn something for someone else that you may know that need the information.
We always finding things skeptical. I think we actually came here thinking that someone was going to sell us something, and that was not the case. We gained so much valuable knowledge in this space, and the networking that we just got within 2 days has been extremely great for us in this moment. We're feeling really excited about the next step with Base.
If you're on the fence about joining, you need to come and experience it. You need to take the time out, invest in yourself, and see what it's all about. One thing that they do, they bring value before you decide to buy anything. And that's what I love. You're going to get everything that you need before, so you can make a decision.
I promise you, you do not want to miss out because the future is coming one way or the other, and they're here to build it. And I'm here today to say that I got in when they started. Don't wait too late, otherwise you're going to miss the ship.
All right, guys, how's everybody doing today? Again, I just want to take a quick minute to say hello to everybody, whether you're viewing this live or you'll see the recording. Just want to let everybody know we're excited to have everybody here. You know, everybody who's dealing with the storms and the snow and everything like that, man, we're praying for you guys. I know everything it's been a hard situation with the snow, but what I really realize as we do this is that the opportunity that presents itself right now, right? You know, we're literally being able to provide this type of information to you guys in the comforts of your own home, you know? So it's like, you know, it just hit me today and I was thinking about it. It was just like, man, there are no more excuses, right? You know, the things that we'll present here today, you guys will hear some for the first time. Some people have maybe heard a little bit about it, but the information that we're sharing in these type of events, you know, it's like it's a foreign language to probably 99% of the world, right? But you're able to take advantage of it right now at no cost, right? simply because this is what we feel we've been called to do. Over the last couple of weeks, I've been having a lot of conversations and people understanding the development deal and the things that we're doing. And I've gotten this question a few times, you know, when somebody tell you, help me understand, like, help me understand why you guys are doing this or how this works. And then when we tell them how do we work, and we're working with the community and we're making sure people have this information so they can get to their first win or whatever, that question of help me understand is basically them saying, why are y'all doing this? Right. You know, me and my brother talk about it all the time. Like we could have done all this stuff by ourselves, did our thing, don't involve the community at all, and still would have did great. Right. But God put it on our heart to put it out to the community and help other people get this information. And I think that's the more beneficial part of what we do. Right. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to go over, and let me share my screen with you. I'm going to go over what it looks like to vet a deal. Right. Because if you guys are out here and you're trying to be first time investors, it's very important that you know, what you're doing, you know what to look for, you know, all of these different things, because this could be a very treacherous place, right? You can, like, so many times people are getting, you know, plans, being on the development side, getting plans that don't fit their lots. They're getting so many things and it costs you money. All of these things cost you money in real estate, right? So if you're not in a position where you have experts around you that can show you what you should be doing, and you're just trying to figure it out, you're going to spend time and money, and 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get the result that you're looking for. So that's why this is important to us, because we know there's a lot of people that work hard. They're really just trying to find that next thing in life for them, you know, expand their portfolio so they can have some wealth and things for their family, and they're not getting the right results, you know. So that hurts all of us, because none of us really grows when that happens. When a lot of people who are in the means have the means to do better, but don't have the right information to get better, that's what it hurts everybody, right? So that's what we're doing. So when I say reverse engineer a deal, I always think about it. Think about with the end goal in mind and think backwards, right? Because if you understand that, you know, there's a steps in between that you have to take in order to get to the end result. So that's why we always want to look at from the back. So I'm going to show you guys how we think and how we analyze a deal, right? So if you think a little about me, like I said, 22 plus years in the real estate industry. Started off, ran a mortgage company, me and my cousin. I've always been in family business, guys. So when you come into Base and you feel that family-oriented vibe, is because that's what we know. That's all it's ever been. So, you know, ran a mortgage company. I've done a lot in real estate, from fix and flips, assignments, all of these things, right? And then for the last 8 years, you know, me and my family, we have been building from the ground up new construction. When I was out there fixing and flipping and trying to find deals, what I really realized is that the margins were getting smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So we said, instead of trying to find the inventory, we'll create the inventory. And then when you're on the backside of being a developer on this side of the chain, you really see where the margins are in the deals. Most of us are buying deals at market rates, right? So that's why if anything goes wrong, if you run over schedule on time, or the market dips a little bit and you can't get the price that you were looking for when you put that thing or that house back on the market, now you're sitting at a loss, right? Either you're breaking even or you're losing. So we wanted to show you guys how to structure your deals and the things to think about when you're going through the process. All right. So again, that's a little bit about me. But today what we're going to do, we're going to go over, a duplex as your first case study. You're hearing a lot about duplexes, fourplexes, multifamilies, being able to utilize these loans that you would normally get a house that you live in. Now you could actually utilize those loans for an investment property. And I say for all of our young folks out there, and even our older people, but our young folks especially, like when you first get that first house, I would just encourage you to say, hey, if I can take this 1 to 4 loan and go buy something that's income producing, pay for my lifestyle, but I have an asset, that should be your first move out of college. You might not be ready for the suburbs and the wife and the kids or whatever the case may be, but you could always start owning assets and you could always have real estate, right? So that's what we encourage. So we'll look at an example of a duplex of what you can look at in Houston, and does it make sense for you, right? So new construction is always better, guys. This is the thing. A lot of people are doing the fix and flips and all that, but you know, that's a very short market, I believe, right now, because with interest rates being what they were, a lot of people were not anxious to sell their property, right? So you don't have a lot of things coming on market, and when they do come on market, it's really tear downs and trash. Like that's what I've seen. But again, I've been away from it for a while because I saw the market shrinking. So now people are wanting new homes. They want the energy efficient. They want the new windows. You know, they want the floors, and you know, they want all of these things that you, unless you just totally gut an old house and put it back together, that's what you're not going to get. So new construction is what we're going to focus on because it gives us the biggest bang for our buck. Right. And then when we talk about your exit strategy, always remember the money is made when you buy, not when you sell. So our exit strategy is always important. So if you want to sell both units, it's a lot of people doing that. So you got to make sure your budget is right. So you will make that money on the back end. Or if you want to hold and refinance, again, making sure you're controlling your costs where you can actually refi out of that deal, go into a cash out refi, get some of your equity up front on the deal. You know, but still have enough margin to keep that asset and have that asset pay for itself. So you're looking at after repair value, ARV of about $450,000, right? So that's where we're going to be looking at this example today. All right, first thing you always want to take a look at is your land acquisition cost. Most people will see like tax sales. You hear all these things about tax sales. I can get it for $10,000 at the tax sale, blah, blah, blah. Guys, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right? And not saying that you can't find good deals at the tax sales, but what we encourage is with our team is what we do. We won't touch a piece of property unless we give it to our architect, unless we give it to our replat. So there are things inside of there like deed restrictions and things like that. Setbacks, all of these things that you thinking I bought it for $10,000. Now I can go build this 25, square foot house, and you can't do it because you haven't you haven't done the proper due diligence on the piece of property. So you always want to make sure you start there, right? But right now, let's just say, for example, in Houston, 50 to 80,000, depending on where you are, Third Ward, some of those areas, you're looking to pay about 50 to 80 grand per lot, right? So that's what you can do. Again, you have different due diligence that when you get inside of the deal, surveys, soil tests, all of these things you want to do. Permits, impact fees, and tap fees. These are some of the things that, again, you have to work with an architect. So, so if I'm building one, I know how many water taps I got. I know my sewer lines. I know all of these things, these impact fees that I'm going to have to pay to the city. I know these things, guys. And this is why places like this is important, because for the most part, you're not going to get this on YouTube trying to find out like, what are my impact fees if I want to develop a piece of property? You're not going to find that there. So that's why, communities like these are important, because this is information that they're just not giving out, right? So let's look at a total estimate of land costs with all of your, due diligence and things like that, 65 to 90,000 all in, right? So key tip, if your land eats up more than 20 to 25% of the total budget, the deal is too tight, right? So always remember this. When you're doing real estate, there are always going to be things that come up during that cycle. You can have everything planned out to the letter. There's going to be things that happen during your build that you're going to have to pivot on. Not a problem, right? But that's why you always want to make sure when you first buy it, you already have that cushion in place, and your number. If this number is 20 to 25% of the deal, it's not a deal for me. I have to walk away. Be willing to walk away from any deal, because don't get into it because you love it. Don't get in, I just think this is going to be great. That's how you're going to lose money in this game, right? Stick to the numbers. And if you stick to the numbers, you'll always be ahead of it, right? So second thing is your construction costs, right? Your deal points. This is where new builders can get tripped up. Because a lot of people are hearing certain things in the market, but again, and I fault nobody, because sometimes you just don't know what to ask. It was times in this business that, we were going into certain rooms and we learned a lot in those conversations, just not even knowing the whole scope of what needed to happen, right? So that's not a bad thing. right? But you have to be able to understand and have these conversations with these people, because if not, they'll charge you more and all those different things. So knowing your numbers, locking in, hey, what are you going to be building this for? $200 a square foot, $120 a square foot. What is my price per square foot that you're going to lock in at, so I know what I can sell it for? This is the most important thing. Again, you're making the money when you buy. So if you're locked in at $120 a square foot, but in that area they're selling for $200 a square foot, then you can start to calculate your margins, right? That's how you know what you can build for and then what you can sell it for. So very important to lock that in. So some of the areas that you're going to look at, this is for, for example, a 2,000 square foot duplex, right? So site prep, foundation, these are all estimate, guys. But again, this gives you kind of a rough estimate of what you should be paying and what your budget should be coming in at if you're doing one of these projects, right? So framing about 35,000, plumbing, electrical, and HVAC 45, roofing and exterior 25, interior finishes, floors, this is about 40. Again, this all depends on your area also. Right. So this could be a kind of a low to high side, or this can be, a little bit more. It just depends on if you're in an area, the Heights, River Oaks, or, some parts of Third Ward, and you're building builder grade materials and everybody around you has a higher grade, then you might want to think about maybe boosting that up a little bit. So that can fluctuate, but you always want to stay within your budget on that. So your fixtures and appliance about 10 grand, landscaping, driveway, and miscellaneous about 10, and then builder's contingency. Again, always have that cushion. Not saying that we stay on point and we're not going longer, then that's just extra money in your pocket at the end of the build. But if you need it, you want to make sure you have it. All right. So total construction cost $203,500. That's where you're going to be on that, right? So that's an estimate. So now you want to look at your lending and holding costs, guys. Remember, typically everybody who's going to come into construction, they're going to be using a hard money loan construction type deal, right? Some of us will use some other programs that we'll talk about a little bit later when we get to the veteran part, one-time close, so you get the best rates and things like that. So we can talk about that. But for the most part, most people are going to be using like a hard money type financing, right? So typically they're going to give you about 80% of the after repair costs, right? What you can sell it for. That way that lender keeps their spread in there. They're comfortable with lending that much. And then your deal has to be within that 80%, right? So interest rate is going to be about 10 to 12% annually. That's average. And it's a 12-month term. Sometimes you can get an extension, but for the most part, depending on what you're building, then 12 months is enough time for you to do all your due diligence, lot prep, and then get that thing to market within that period of time. So 12 months, you should be able to deliver that product, right? Anything longer than that, then you probably got some big problems, right? And then you want to look at your draws and your fee schedule, right? So always remember, and we do a good job of this when we're building, is that you're only paying on that draw what you have drawn down. So if you got a loan for $200,000 for your construction, but you're only using $50,000 of it at the time, you're only paying on what you've drawn, right? So it's always good, again, having good subs, having a good developer that's knows their timeline, so you're paying less interest on that money while you build. So try to get more in each draw. That's what we typically like to do, right? So holding costs during that time, interest payments about $12,000, insurance, utilities and maintenance, $25,000, $1,000 there. Property insurance prorated $1,500, right? So you're looking at your total lending costs somewhere around 16 to 20 grand, right? So this is, again, having those cushions in between theirs. All right. So exit strategy, right? What do you want to do? Who are you as an investor, right? Are you someone who say, hey man, I really want to, I've been hearing about real estate. I just really want to get in and get out and see how it does. And then maybe I'll do it again. That's cool. Right. So if that's your strategy, then you look at a retail sale, of $450,000 total investment, land, build plus holding costs, 80 grand for the land, $203,500 for the construction, holding lending about $20,000. So total cost of your basis is about $303,500, right? So we're selling it, right? Again, I always say, if you're not a professional, right, Sometimes it's not always best to DIY and do it yourself. If you're not used to dealing with investors, if you don't have a database of buyers that are waiting and willing to buy your product, and you haven't done any marketing, you just say, hey, I found a lot, I'm going to build and I'm going to sell it. That sounds great, but typically it doesn't work that way, right? So you want to get with somebody, an agent that knows what they're doing, that have experience in selling duplexes, they have marketing, they have a following, they have a database that helps you sell your product faster. So you're not just sitting on it, because again, once you finish completion of that build, that's when the clock starts ticking. You're still paying interest, you're still paying taxes, you're paying all of these things until you get that thing sold, right? So you want to make sure you're working with professionals. So agents are going to probably, run you somewhere around 6%, closing and title, about $5,000. So total selling cost $32,000. So our net profit. So we take our build cost, or what we can sell it for at $450,000, right? Minus $335,000 equals a gross profit of $114,500. Now, if this I want to ask you guys a question. If this took you 6 months to walk away with a 6-figure return, does that make sense for your investment? Right? You can put it in the chat. Let me know. Does that make sense? Is that a smart investment for you? If I can do something, some of us are going to work, working 40 hours, 40, 80 hours a week, and we're not making 6 figures, right? This is something that you can do passively in a way, because you have people that can help you. But this is it. Or if you wanted to be on site, regardless of the fact, you can do this in 6 months and turn a 6-figure profit. Does that make sense? And I'm not saying walk off your job. I'm saying, does this make sense to add to your portfolio or another stream of income, that if you learn and get the right mentorship or get the right people around you, this is something that you can do. If you do one of these a year, what does that look like for your overall financial picture, right? That's what we need to be thinking about, right? So when we look at everything, let's put everything in perspective. So we just look at a 37% return on an investment that maybe took you 6 months, that you, for the most part, probably didn't have to pick up a hammer, nail, paint, glue gun, any of those things, right? You didn't have to do anything. You just managed your books, make sure you were on top of your partners in development, and then you executed and got that deal to the finish line. That's what you did, 6 months, right? So the average return, if you look at by investment type, stock market, 7 to 10% annually, right? Bonds, 3 to 5%. Mutual funds, 6 to 10%, depending on allocation. And most people, we don't have a ton of money to put in there. So 6 to 10% on $1,000, probably not a lot of money, right? Real estate, 8 to 12% annually, right? So again, even this, and this is just buying, this is just appreciation, things like that, right? Not being able to access equity up front, and what that does for you as far as being able to move it into other properties and things like that and grow the money, right? Savings account, 1 to 4%. And then you're looking at private equity, 15 to 25%. So that's a higher risk, less liquidity, but that's the biggest swath. So we're right. We're beating all of these statistical categories passively, right? So it did, again, like we talked about before, like I just mentioned, the average salary of individual workers in the United States is $66,000 to $67,000 a year, right? So a 2-person household could probably be right there at $120,000 a year, right? But the average person is making around $60,000 a year. Again, have to work a whole year to make the same thing that you can do in 6 months with a fraction of the time. That's what we have to think about, right? So these are the things we want you guys to understand, is that, when you look at real estate, and I understand the disbelief and all of these things that come along with it. But my thing is just, and what I encourage is just educate yourself, like really get some information, really be curious. Like, if this is possible, if this is possible to do, then I need to find out everything that I can find out about it, right? And if it's for me, it's for me. If it's not, it's not. But at least I've done proper due diligence, instead of just saying, man, that's unbelievable, I don't know that I can do all that. So that's what we want to do, right? So exit strategies number B is the person who's saying, listen, I got time. I have time. I'm making good money. This is another one for people who are doing something else or have a job or whatever the case is. I'm making good money, but I want to at some point let my money work for me. So when I do decide to stop, then I have something that I have that can continue my lifestyle without having to, shrink my living, right? Because how many of us understand that when you work 30 years, right? You work 30 years and you retire, and then that retirement check or whatever you get, it's like 1/3 of what you were making while you were actually working. So I worked 30 years of my life to retire on 1/3 of what I was actually making. I don't know about you guys, but that don't sound like a great retirement plan, right? So we have to make sure that we're providing our own retirement plan, because that's what we need to do. We have to outpace inflation, and you cannot outpace inflation if you're not investing. You cannot outwork inflation. You can't. You have to be investing. The money has to work while you sleep, right? So exit B is the buy and hold. This is somebody who say, I want to build a real estate portfolio for myself. So now I have money working while I sleep, right? So after repair value, looking at $450,000, we're going to refinance at 75%. So you pull out, so that's a loan of $337,500. You pay off your construction loan and you cash out $37,500. You put that equity free in your pocket, right? You put that in your pocket. Now you're going to start to make income on your property. So each unit is going to rent out for about $1,800. So that's a total of $3,600. Annual gross of $43,000. Of course, you have operating expense, approximately about 30%. So $12,900 net operating income. You're sitting at $30,000 to $40,000, right? So your new loan is sitting at 6.5% 30-year, $2,100 a month, or $25,000. So you have an annual cash flow of $4,600, $300 a month, plus an equity pullout of $37,000. So again, when you look at the annual cash flow, but anyway, I mean, think about it. If you got a bonus of $5,000 every year, I believe you would be happy, right? So I think most people are used to that. On a job, if I can get a bonus, $5,000 a year, whatever the case is, 10 grand, that makes sense. So think about that. So that's in line with that bonus. And also, you also pulled out almost $40,000 up front. Now you have an income producing asset that still has 25% equity still in the property, right? So now you have equity, you have cash, and you have cash flow. That's what this is. That's what this strategy gives you. And like I said, if you're going to use the 1-to-4 deal to build this first property, guys, all you have to do is stay in that property for a certain period of time. And then at that time, you can then rent out that unit that you were staying in, or, like you say, rent it out and then do it again, right? You can continue to do this. Like when we talk about the veterans and the house hacking, this is a perfect scenario for them, because they can use their VA benefits to get a 1-to-4, get a 4-bedroom duplex, 4-unit duplex, stay in one, rent out the other. They're living rent free at that point. And then every 8 to 12 months, they can rent out the unit that they were staying in and then do it again. We have a strategy to get to 20 doors in 5 years. That's building wealth. That's what this looks like. All right. So when you reverse engineering the numbers, the key metrics that you want to take a look at is always cost basis 60 to 65%. 65 to 70%. That's where you want to be as far as all in on your deal. That's why you're making sure that you have enough margin, depending on whatever your exit strategy is. If I have to go retail, I have enough to absorb my closing costs and still make a profit. Or if I want to buy and hold, I can refinance, pull a little cash out, and I still have equity in my property. That's where you want to be, right? So cash on cash return, 8 to 12%. Profit margin, you're looking at about 25% minimum. That's where you want to be. And then, when your LTV to refi 70 to 75%, always keeping equity in the property, right? So start every deal by asking, what can this sell for, or what can this rent for? Then re-engineer the land and construction costs from there. If the math don't work on paper, it don't work in real life, right? So again, guys, let's not fall in love with these deals. Let's not fall in love with these projects. These projects are to serve a purpose for us. It's for us to acquire assets and for us to get cash flow, or for us to get capital. That's it. You have to understand what you're here for. right? So pro tips, always budget about 10 to 15% contingency. Vet your contractors, use fixed price bids, open shop lending terms. Not all money is created, so you always want to make sure you have at least 2 to 3 lenders that you can go that are getting you competitive prices. You want to know what's going on in the market so you're getting the best deal. And then track your draws like it's your paycheck. Guys, be involved in that part. I always say you might not be the one out there hammering and nailing and doing all those things, but you better watch the money. Always watch the money, okay? Red flags is land that is not cleared or utilities verified. Builders without timelines or specs, if they can't really give you a time frame on when certain things will happen, that's not a good situation. And then ARV assumption, not based on comps. Guys, always either do a CMA or do a full appraisal in the area that you're working in so you know exactly what you can sell that deal for. All right. So final takeaways is numbers tell the truth. I always tell this story. When I first started, me and my family, we owned car lots as well. So when my first time ever going to the auction, it was so overwhelming for me. Like strictly, it's like hundreds of people in the lane and everybody 45, 55, 55. Like it's just loud. It's crazy, right? And I remember just being like, man, I don't know what I'm doing. But my cousin used to always tell me, know your number. Know your number. If you know your number, then you don't have to, you can drown out everything else and it doesn't matter, because if it's not my number, I'm not touching it. If it's over my number, I can't touch it, right? And you know what you're doing at that time. So I always say know your number, because if you know your number in these deals, it'll save yourself a lot of heartache and a lot of money, right? And then start small, but start right? So again, you don't have to go do 100 of these out the gate. You know, go do one. Go get you a 5,000 square foot lot. Get you somebody who knows how to build, that has a portfolio that they can show you, and then do it. Start there. You know, but more than anything, get educated first, I would say, right? And then play the long game, guys. You got to understand. If we look at Houston, we're looking at, you know, a city that's growing by leaps and bounds. There will always be need for housing, right? So if you learn this skill, this is something that you can do forever, right? So, this is my contact, and I end with this. This is my contact information, guys. You can reach us anytime, anywhere. But this is the thing, guys. This is a moment that I feel like, you know, most people are not conscious of. I've been looking at. I was a part of the 2008 crash. I was in real estate at that time. I've seen these, and I realize it's cycles in this game, right? Because that's all it is. It's a financial game. It's cycles, and if you can be very present in this moment and understand that you're in a cycle, you're in a moment, and some of us are going to look back and say, man, I did my thing, right? Some of us going to be like, man, I heard about that and I wish I could have. It's your choice on what you choose to do, right? If you think you can do it, or if you don't think you can do it, you're absolutely correct. Either way, if you can do it, or if you don't believe you can do it, you're right. Right. So I say choose yourself and choose that life you've been wanting. All right. So with that, I yield back to my brother.
All right, man. Y'all give it up for Mr. Bilbo, man. Give him some hearts, some fires in the chat, man, out there, man. Listen, did a great job understanding how to vet a deal, guys. This is so important. Every time you go through this presentation, I absolutely adored it. The numbers of the deal. I'm a numbers guy. For me, when you have someone in your corner that can take a deal and break it down to numbers and the science, guys, it takes away the pressure, the anxiety, the fear of loss. Let's just face it, a lot of people just afraid to lose and don't really understand, especially doing your first deal, until you kind of go through it and you get a little bit of an intuition and understanding about it. It's all about the numbers, man. And that's what I love about this base community, man. Just having so many professionals who are just profound in their space and just understand their area, that brings so much value, right, to the community. And for, again, newbies, veterans, it all goes down to the same thing. Write this down and always remember this. Just never forget it. Real estate is a math equation. Point blank, period. It is just a math equation. And if you know the numbers to the cost of your land, your soft costs, your acquisition, what's your repairs or your build up, or if you're doing new construction, what is it going to cost for the dirt? What is it going to cost for this? And, what's the comps in the market? It all comes down to a math problem, guys. That's it. Mr. Billboard always does a great job to be explaining that to all the mentees across the country and make sure everybody understands that deal, guys. And so if this is your first time coming to an Base event and being able to see what we do, what we are is a group of professionals that we have come together with all of our different skill sets, from finance to mortgages to real estate to trust attorneys to replatters to architects to engineers. And we put all our skill sets in one place. That's what we did to be able to bring value to our community on how to acquire property, how to do new construction builds, how to maximize the market, and how to have a clear exit strategy to be able to cash flow that project right into a residual income, or to be able to cash that project out, right, to get a bigger bang for your buck up front. This is who we are, and this is what we do. So before we go into the next segment, guys, we're actually going to show you the project that we're working on in the community, that if you want to participate with us, if you want to get educated with us on the deal, we're going to show you exactly how we do what we do. So before we do that, right, I'm going to have Mr. Billboard to go ahead and cue up the presentation real quick. So we can go ahead and bring that up, and we're going to show you guys exactly what we do in Base in our project in Houston, how we have been able to acquire multiple acres to be able to build affordable luxury townhomes and even a student housing project, right? Believe it or not, we have a brand called Legacy Lofts that we actually build out beautiful green living coordinates for college students, specifically HBCUs, starting with Prairie View and A&M University, where my brother actually went to school at, and his lovely wife. They are alumni there, and we bought 8 acres outside of Prairie View for student dormitory. So we just want to take this moment real quick. I see you got it queued up. Perfect, bro. We're going to show you a project, right? If you're a person that's in new construction or you want to build a subdivision, just put me in the chat. If you want to learn how to build your own subdivision, put me in the chat, right? We're going to show you what we did, how we bought, 2 acres of land, subdivided into 30 lots, right? Retained 20% to the company, opened up 80% to our community to be able to buy at a wholesale, to be able to learn this whole process real time, no theory, to be able to make a deposit on their lot, get their soft costs done, and be in a position to be able to get a 6-figure return. We're going to show you real time what we've done, what we're doing with our community, that you can understand how to do it as well, right? So right after this video, we're going to go right into our presentation, and we're going to show you guys how to do this real time. All right, so check this out real quick. And
welcome to the Base Bros.
We are back at it again, man, like we never left. Hey, listen, we appreciate you guys coming out real quick, being to see our beautiful property right here. Bilbo and Sloan, and say, hey, congratulations, Mr. Bilbo.
Congratulations, man.
How
does it feel to have your own subdivision?
It feels amazing.
Absolutely,
hey,
absolutely.
Listen, our goal is to build our syndicate where you could do the same thing. 30 lot subdivided for everybody in our community to stack wins together, man. Hope you enjoy. Look around. The next slide is going to be on you.
Make sure you get in.
Base to a billion, baby. Let's get it. Yeah, that video always do something to me, man. Hey, so I'm gonna bring up my brother, Mr. Bilbo, on that, man. Ain't that thing crazy?
That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful.
Yeah, every time I see it, man, they just do something, man. Look at all those beautiful people, man, from around the country just came out there to be a part of this event, and do a field trip, which we call on Sunday. So when we do this event live, we do this webinar live that we're doing right now on Saturday and Sunday. Then after Sunday closes out, we actually go to the property and show all the students the dirt. Like we show real time. I mean, this workshop is how to turn dirt into dollars, and you got to go to the dirt. You know what I'm saying? So Bill, but every time we hit that dirt, what do you typically see from the people?
I mean, it becomes real. You know what I'm saying? It becomes real to them, and they could actually see. And I think we've done a great job of like saying what we were gonna do and then doing it. Right. Yeah. So we've been saying, hey, man, demo is coming. We could these houses got to go. And then now people are actually seeing it. They're like, oh, OK, that's what they said. You know, and you know, we always talk about it. Like it's important for our community to actually see it happen, right?
Yeah.
So it's like that's our job to do it. So that's what we've been doing.
Yeah, real time. I mean, from the acquisition to getting to this position where it's at now, like you say, to your point, to the demo, for people to actually be able to see the MyLaws, you know, to see what it looked like, to have a replat actually done, for your replat to come out and explain the process, to see that design and the architect explain it. You know what I mean? Like it's just another level of business, guys. It's another level of education. You know, it's levels to everything in life and in business. And at this level of the game, the education is at its highest. We always call this like, this is Harvard level business class, right? This is real time Harvard, pen to pad, boots to dirt, you know what I'm saying? Like really getting it done. So let's pull this up. We're going to show you guys actually what the need is in the market. And so we're going to use Houston as the example because this is what we're working, right? But this is what you should do, period, right? When you look at what's the need in the marketplace, how do you attack the market, and then what professionals do you need to have in your arsenal on your team to make it happen? So we're going to go over what we're doing right now.
Can you see my screen?
No, I can see. Let me see. Here we are. Yep, you over here on this side. Okay.
No, take that one down. No, I'm sharing my screen on this one.
No, I can't see your screen. Okay, no, not yet.
Let me get this. What about now?
Yep, I got it now. Yep, you good. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna go through this, guys. This segment right here is about 25-30 minutes, right, to go through this presentation, right? So get you some water and let's continue to roll, guys. This is a marathon day, right? So you want to make sure you got your running shoes on. You got to have some endurance, man. So this is real time. This is like it was during our COVID, where you had to work from home. Today, this workshop is in the comfort of your home, so there's no excuses on learning. So let's take you through exactly what it looks like to do a deal.
All right. So, guys, when we talk about BASE, you'll hear that. If you want to know what it stands for Bilbo and Sloan Enterprises. That's me and my brother. And this is what we do. So, you know, we always talk about everything that we do is for our last name, not our first. So, being in the community, people might not remember me personally or whatever the case is, but they'll remember the name and they'll remember what we did for the people of our community. So when we look at, being a real estate development company that's focused on building high demand, high product, underserved markets, that's what we're doing. And then strategically, we look at where are we placing these investments, right? So if you look at the Lower Copy project that we're doing, you're talking about 70 to 100 homes 5 minutes away from the new LBJ expansion. So anybody who's familiar with Houston understand, the Texas Medical Center is one of the largest in the world. Like people come down here for everything, right? So where we're building at is being called Medical Center North. So this is another wing to the biggest medical center in the world is right here in our backyard. And we're literally building 5 minutes away from there. So when we say strategic, that's what we're talking about. And then when you look at Prairie View, I'm alumni of Prairie View. Me and my wife, that's where we met. And when I was young, I looked at, wanting to do something down there. So now we're doing something. Me and my brother are doing something down there in Prairie View that we're excited about. But these are all, again, strategic areas because we're going where the need is met. We're going where, we see a hole and we're going to try to fill it. That's what we're doing. Most importantly to us, though, when you look at it from the standpoint of community, right? Community, leaving money in the community, right? Because again, all of us have bought houses. We've lived in apartments, whatever the case is. But if you buy a house and you're buying it at retail value, there is no equity being shared with you, right? You're just buying, you just unload. Somebody else is unloading their house on you, right? Let's just be real. So we want to make sure that we're giving our community that equity. So you don't start behind the 8 ball, you start ahead. So that's why we're building 100 affordable houses in a community owned called Project 100. Because if the community own it, that means the community gets to have the profits and the community gets to grow. That's what this is about, right? So the problem that we're solving right here in Houston as of 2024, we are facing a shortfall of 90,000 affordable homes, right? We look at that, that's 90,000 people that we could possibly help, get into and own a piece of property. So entry level in this city is $350. and lower. That's considered to be affordable, right? So we're right under that $300,000 mark, making sure that we're doing, giving the market what it needs, right? And then when you talk about the institutions that are around us, you're talking about Prairie View, U of H, TSU, all of these different colleges are right here next to each other. Prairie View being one that we're focusing on, they have a shortage of beds, right? Prairie View, 10,000 students, 4,600 beds. So you're looking at about 4,000 or more beds that these kids don't have. They want to go get an education, but they can't do it because after their freshman year, they basically got to figure it out, right? So that's what we're focused on. So population growth here in Houston is absolutely exploding. If you look at it from the standpoint of, I always say that it's bad for traffic, but it's good for us because we're going to continue to keep building because people are going to need to live somewhere, right? So that's what we're talking about. And then the educational institutions, again, like I said, all 45 minutes to an hour away from each other. So that's this huge demand that we don't have to go far to service, right? So all of these demands, short-term housing, all of these things, these are the things that we're thinking about when we're buying dirt, when we're picking locations to build and develop these developments in. Because one of the most important things for us is that we understand that we're bringing our community in. So if we're bringing our community in, we have to bring them into something that's solid. You know what I'm saying? So that's what this is about. So we're moving into phase 3. It's open now. I'll let my brother explain this part of it.
All right, guys. This is phase 3 of Project 100, man. And so you look, yeah, and just saying it out loud, like, God, like when you look at like 3, like you gotta understand, Project 100 is 100 houses at $300,000 at value. God, that's $30 million of gross real estate in the market, right? That's a shared equity of over $12.5 million throughout the community. Can we just show me the money in the chat? You know what I'm saying? Like, guys, that is a big daggone deal. When you talk about a group of individuals that did 100 homes collectively, and on one square block, what we'll show you in a second, $30 million together. Man, come on, that's just. We just got to give it up for the culture, man. We just got to give it up.
Clap for yourself, man.
We just got to give it up for the culture, man. That shit's beautiful, right? So we look at how do we break this down. This is what these next couple of slides are going to talk about. So when we grab a piece of property, right? Phase 3 of Project 100, right? Phase 1 was 30 that we showed you in the drone footage. Phase 2 was 16. Phase 3 is 24, right? So to be able to participate is $25,000 to be able to secure your lot. That takes care of your soft costs, which is, you know, your engineering, everything that gets the dirt prepared, right? Before you even put the shovels in the dirt, plans, architects, engineering, so forth. And dirt acquisition is $25K. That's your deposit, right? Inside of this phase right here, we'll raise about $500,000 that coming from the community to be able to go towards that project and for the security for their lot, right? On the back end, you guys will have your holding costs and you'll have your construction, down payment that you do on the back end, but upfront to be able to get this $25K. Got in this space that locks you in. So when we go through the replanning process, now you have true ownership, right? I'm a person that I was in direct sales for years, right? 18 years old, network marketing, these type of programs make great cash flow, right? That's cool. But one thing about it is cash flow and ownership are two different things. Hello. Two different conversations, right? You can have amazing cash flow, but don't own anything. You know what I'm saying? And so when you're talking about being able to have a 6-figure cash flow with ownership, because every time a person gets a lot, not only do they get the mentorship for base to get with it to get in position, but they get an address assigned to them for their dirt. You follow me? Now you're in a position of ownership, which is a whole nother value proposition that the property is yours, right? You guys tracking me there? So this is phase 3 where we are. The community has opportunity. It's 24 lots, right? So 20 lots is available to the community, which means that you can get up to 2 properties personally. Now, if you don't want to participate in actually securing a lot, but you want to be a part of the capital to be able to do the construction, you can invest at least $100,000, right? And to be able to get equity, to get interest on your money. So 10% interest over 12 months or 15 over 24 months, quarterly payments, and then a balloon at the end. So either you have 2 options in this phase, right? Base has 2 different offers, one being the luxury affordable housing that we're talking about, and then the legacy loft. But inside this one particular offer for the luxury affordable housing, you can actually own a piece of dirt, or you can invest into construction. Whichever one you want to do, guys, is what you have an opportunity to do here. Okay. All right. So between our two projects, you have the affordable housing, you have the Prairie View project we'll talk about here in a second. That's about $3 million for the total construction of that deal. But the Legacy Law project is about $115 million, which is $30 million that could be raised between the community, between the syndication that we'll show you here shortly. Okay. All right. So we're going to get into the bylaws of this deal real quick. And so this is what it looks like when you're talking about when you go through something called replatting, right? Take notes for this. You want to understand this. I don't want to move to this too fast and you guys don't get it. So what you see right there, circle to the right, that one is Sloan Estates. Oh, that one's my subdivision. Thank you, Mr. Bilbo, for pulling that up. Right. So that there's the Sloan Estates division, and there go the other one. Look at that, Bilbo Estates, right? This is what it looks like when you actually do a subdivision. You should have this type of plan stamped by your city, signed by your county, right? With all the breakdowns of your actual real estate and what's going on with your dirt guy. That's history that's put on your family for life. This is what we teach our community to do. You need to know how to build a subdivision, something for your last name that'll outlive you, right? When Adrian Dynamite Sloan is gone, we talking about children's children, right? To still be able to go down the street and say, my pawpaw did that. See, that's the legacy that we're talking about. Everybody on this call need to be able to do this process. And this is why we teach it. Like, this is why we have these webinars. Nobody on this webinar is paying for this. This is free sauce. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is absolutely free, ain't costing you a dime. But to sit your behind down and take some notes to figure out how you can build passive income for your family. Is that powerful or what? Like, guys, that is so much value to be able to do. And this is what we're building. And this is the luxury law. This is the luxury affordable housing, right? When you're talking about what this deal looks like. A nice facade, you know, Punta Cana design, high ceilings, a nice pad. We're going to build these in rows of sixes up and down the community for that 30, right? You know, 2-bedroom, 2-bath with a flex space downstairs that you can flip into an office or flip into another bedroom with another half bath downstairs, floating staircases, nice glass walls all the way around, the mirrors. Very, very bright and light, high ceilings. That even though you know the foot space, right, is about 1,100 square feet, but it's not going to feel cramped or small because of the high ceilings, right? And that's what Houston market called for. You know, over 40% of Houston population is single, so it's one car, no car. They want a small footprint, so we designed a plan. Over 90,000 people in Houston needs a small footprint to be able to live in or something that they own. So it is cheaper to own than it is to rent. True or not true? So we can build a luxury affordable housing at a price point under $350,000 that people can own it versus rent it. Now we've helped people actually grow their net worth of their family and pass something down from generation to generation. Does that make sense to you guys? This is what we've done in base and building subdivisions and allowing the community to participate. So to the left there, you see Bilbo Estates of a 12-piece. Right there to the other 18, you see 6 for base estates, another 12 for Sloan Estates. This is the site layout, and this project actually goes vertical in less than 60 days. It's in demo phase right now. Now it's going to the next phase to go vertical. So phase 2, it just closed out. Phase 3 opened up in February. And now you can look at all the square footage of all the property that in dirt that we've been able to acquire, right there in that green circle in square in the middle. You will see that 18, right? And the left across the street, that was all phase 1. So everybody who started to participate with us, as they said in the testimonies when we first started this deal, right, last year, their properties are in the process of getting built currently right now. Everybody just closed out in phase 2 and opening up in phase 3. The beautiful part of it is that because we've already done the due diligence and we've already got all the plans approved, phase 2 and 3 can get built simultaneously. So as you see 2 parcels here get built out at the same time, actually phase 2 and phase 3 will get built out simultaneously at the same time as well. So which means all you guys are still be in the construction phase before this year is out. Absolutely beautiful, right? You're still within this year to actually have your property built out, performing, cash flowing. If you start to participate right now, guys, you gotta have vision and not just sight, right? You know what I mean? You gotta see where you want to go. And this is 24. So how we do it when the community participates is first rights, right? And so you're coming in as your $25,000 investments come in. We just go straight down the list. and we just start assigning names to the lots, right? As you can see, we got 24 lots here in this replat design, and we just attach the names to each lot of who lot owns. So it's no particular order. It just as everyone participates. If you say I want 1, so you go on lot 1, right? If you say I want 2, then you're going to 3 and 4. The next person say I want 2, then they go into 4 and 5. You follow me? And so now the whole community positioning is in place. So you can see the plans, the common areas, how this deal is set up is absolutely beautiful. But you're listening to this call right now. You have an opportunity to get a 6-figure return on your money and own some property 5 million away from a $3 billion hospital expansion right now. Guys, this is the opportunity with Base. So this is what we've been able to do, right? So I hope you was able to take that in. So we believe documentation be conversation all day long. So one of the key things about real estate is having a great team that can back you and understand how to move in the market. But then the other side of it is having the knowledge to be able to, once you get in the property, how to exit the property, right? So we're going to wrap this up now and show you guys how to have a strong exit strategy, whether you're going to hold the property or you're going to do a cash out refi and turn it into a residual income. But just like your bills are residual, your income needs to be too, right? So let's show you how that looks. All right, Terry, you can go right ahead, brother.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, everything that my brother discussed, this is what we're talking about. Again, when people think about the 25,000, always remember that this is tied to a piece of dirt. You know, a lot of people talk about mentorship, and mentorship has gotten a bad name, you know, in the marketplace, right? When people say mentorship, they think like everybody want to be a guru, right? We're not interested in the guru talk, right? We're interested in saying, hey, you're locking up a piece of dirt. So this is what this 25,000 goes to, dirt. And then while you get that, you also get the opportunity to learn firsthand the information from the experts who do it, right? That's what that's about, right? So you get your 12 months while your process is going on. You're learning with us. You're getting all, you know, the information that you need, first rights of refusal. So you're getting discounted pricing. You're getting builders pricing once you lock up a lot and enter the community at Base. So that's another thing. Full development blueprint. So your lands, your permits, construction, all of that is given to you. If you look at this project that we did right here, because we have the right people on our team and we're working with the right professionals, we were able to get 30 lots replatted first shot, first go round. And if you know anything about real estate, you know anything about working with the city, plans, permits, all that, that typically doesn't happen. And again, I always say it's not because we're the most amazing people in the world. Is no, we're working with the right people. So the things that we don't know, they know. So we don't have to wonder how to get this thing through. We know how to get it through, right? So that's what you get access to. And then we always say, hey, man, you can buy the property, but can you protect the property? So I always want to make sure that you get the right structure. So LLC, operating out of a trust, insurance structure wrapped around that. So, you know, we have our attorney to come up and tell you more about that a little bit later on in the presentation. But these are the things that you want to be thinking about. And then just staying close to the fire, man, like monthly strategy calls, live shadow deals. If you're in Houston, or even if you're not in Houston and you decide to participate with the Base, and get one of these lots, we encourage you to come down to the site. Be there when we're pouring slab. Be there when the sticks go up so you can really see it and ask the questions you need to see and know. So once you move forward, I think that eliminates a lot of, you know, the concern or doubt of what's going on when you can really see it, touch it, and feel it, right? So when we look at a project overview, we're building at a little bit higher square foot, but, you know, let's say your lot cost is going to be about 50,000 right there. And then you want to look at, again, what we talked about earlier in knowing what you're building for. We're building at our rate for our community at $110 a square foot, right? This is a little slightly bigger. This is 10,000. I'm sorry. I always say that. My wife get on me for that. 1,050 square feet. So it'll be a little bit higher than the 104, but it's still locked at $110 a square foot. Again, go out to the marketplace and see what other people are building for. And you can kind of compare and contrast there, right? Contingency review reserves, you always want to have about $5,000 there. Development cost is going to be around $160,000 to $170,000. Retail prices on these deals are going to be at $300,000. Construction time 3 to 4 months. Now, the only other thing outside of the $25,000 that you will be responsible for is your construction loan. The construction companies and lenders that we work with, they require 10% down payment on your construction budget. So if your construction budget is $170,000, then that means 10% of 170,000 is 17 grand. You will be responsible for that. And then also you want to take in your servicing. So if you have to service it for 3 to 4 months, then you count that in as well. And that goes all into your prepays or the money out of pocket that you have to use, right? So this plan is a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath with a flex space at the bottom. You can turn that into a 3rd bedroom and it'll be a 3, 2.5. Just depends on what you want to do there. So first option, like we said, retail. I just want to sell, get out. Very good. So sales price 300,000, total cost you're looking at about 160, 170,000, gross profit 130 to 140,000, right? Your holding costs, interest, everything. So you're looking to walk away from this deal, putting your upfronts back in your pocket for around $120,000, $130,000 return, right? Of course, I always factor in if you're putting it on the open market, selling retail, you got to look at your cost to sell. Remember, we talked about that. But if you can walk away from an investment in 6 months or less, 6 months, 6 to 12 months, and you can walk away with a 6-figure investment, does that make sense for you, right? Okay, second option, people who say, I want to build my portfolio. Again, I want to build my portfolio. So because we've structured it in a way that we keep the meat on the bone, you refinance at 80%. You have a cash out. You pull out $70,000 to $80,000 up front. You pull out, right? You have a monthly payment of around $1,400. Now, let's just say you just have one person renting it. Rent over there is about $2,000 to $2,200. So you're looking at a monthly cash flow of $500 to $700, an annual cash flow of $6,000 to $9,000. Now, remember we said Medical Center North. That means you have traveling nurses, you have other medical professionals that are in the area. So what we suggest is another thing is a split pad. You convert that last bedroom into a 3rd bedroom. Now you can rent to the traveling nurses $1,300 to $1,500 per room. Now you've increased your revenue on the deal, right? And because we own and control, we will control the HOA. We made it investor friendly. So short-term rentals, things like that. Also, you can benefit in your investment, right? So these are the things that you want to look at. The ROI on this thing, on the cash, just based on just $2,000 a month, you're looking at 4 to 5%, annual cash flow. And also remember too, property appreciation and tax benefits. That's the beautiful thing about it, because not only have you again pulled out cash out of your property, you got income, so now it's cash flowing, and now I still have 20% equity in a property that's going to appreciate over the next 3 to 5 years, right? So those are your 2 exit strategies that we suggest for our community, all right? And then also when you look at the people that you build with, right? What is their expertise? What are their talents? What have they done? So this is my family's portfolio of houses that we've done already and completed, sold, already gone. And the thing about it is when we talk about luxury affordable, the reason why we say luxury is because this is where we come from. We come from a custom home building background. So just because we're bringing it down to make it more affordable doesn't mean that it's going to look cheap, right? Because we understand how to build, we control our costs and our materials, so we can still give a luxury look for an affordable price, right? And then, this is always one that I always show. This is one of the best rehabs that we did, showing just the scale of what we can do. We can build from the ground up, and we could also take something that looks like this and turn it from ashy to classy, right? You wouldn't think that was the same house, but it is, right? So this is the craftsmanship that you're dealing with when you work inside a base, the professionals that are partners with us to make sure that we deliver the best product, all right? So with that, I'll turn it back over to my brother. He is the finance guru. I'm going to go ahead and call him a guru. He likes to explain this part.
All right, cool. So this good stuff, guys. So now you got to understand. Now you have a good understanding, right, of what we've been able to build, what that looks like in real time, and then the experience. So when we talk about assets and acquisition, let's talk about long-term ownership and generational wealth, guys. People talk about it online, but the structure is very, very important. And I can't wait till you hear from Mr. Watson here in just a little bit, because he's going to go through a deeper dive of what we're about to talk about right now. When you look at the purchase of property, acquire that, and then transfer it into an LLC and then a trust, whether revocable, irrevocable is your preference of choice. But you look at just separate yourself from the asset. That gives you an increase of tax benefits. That puts you in a situation where you separate yourself from liability of lawsuits. divorces, you know, you looking at child supports or anything that can be going on in this world we live in, where people are so quick to sue one another. You separated yourself, but you're the trustee of the deal. So you still got control of the assets. You still have access to the assets, but you don't have the liability of the assets. And now you have the tax benefits, guys. You wrap that deal up around with some insurance to protect you from indemnity. And now when you talk about living off of it yourself, right, while you're alive, you've been able to eat from the fruit that you produce. But you also talking about putting yourself in a position when you pass it down from generation to generation, it's not lost in probate, right? It's not lost in a situation where people are arguing over it, because it's already have an estate plan attached to it of how that asset moves. This is what needs to happen in our community. This is what we recommend to our community, right? To be able to learn this process, and we have the professionals that can help you do so. So this is a part of the base structure. We'll get more into detail of that, but we definitely want to let you know maintaining properties is key. So as we wrap up the second part of this presentation, guys, we want to show you our second project, right? Or our second offer is our student housing. This is the Legacy Lofts, and we'll just run through this real quick so we can get the next speaker up. But what you're looking at in this particular project, guys, 8 acres for Prairie View is going to be about 770 to about 850 beds. This project right here is absolutely beautiful. When you're talking about strong cash flows, amazing appreciation, long-term equity that you can invest in this type of project and be a part of your legacy and your portfolio for years to come. This will be a $30 million raise that we have with our SEC approved syndication. What does that mean? That's just a fancy word to say all the lawyers put all the paperwork together to make sure that you understand the MOUs, you make sure all your disclaimers and all your dividends is tracked inside of a secure portal. That's all that means, right? Strong upside IORs to be able to have your investment continue to grow, to be able to benefit from this type of deal, not only make an impact for the youth for what it's going to do from a social standpoint, but from a financial standpoint, this is a great investment to put your money into, right? Massive exit strategies. You look at 4 different structures in this particular facility. We're going to show you the 3Ds of what this looks like. All the amenities for the kids, from to be able to have a content creation room, to be able to make sure that they have everything they need, from study halls to equipment to laundry rooms. Each school being branded actually to the university of choice. As you can see, this beautiful structure is being branded to Prairie View itself, with that big panther up there and Legacy Lofts across the front, guys. This is just a beautiful project for us to be able to bring to the market from a multi-unit perspective. Why is these type of investments very attractive to institutional investors? Is because it's a 96% retention rate. It's a difference between building student housing that locks in the market rate regardless of what's going on versus apartments. You follow me? If people lose their jobs, right, they still have to figure out how to pay rent. And student housing, right, the dormitory rooms is already locked into the tuition. So as the contractor to build these type of structures, right, then that means that cash flow is also locked in. Does that make sense? So regardless of what the market structure is, this is a safe investment to be able to put money into, because children are still going to go to school regardless of what's going on. You follow me? We just saw that throughout COVID. So for you being inside this community, you have first rights of refusal, meaning anytime Base comes up with an opportunity, you get a chance to participate, preferred rates. So you get in that wholesale versus retail, which gives you great profit potential for that income to actually grow at another level, right? And so when you look at mitigating, if you're inside of our community with quarterly payments paid out, all the assets are secure because it's real estate, very, very transparent and clear reporting coming from our CPAs. And in everything we do in our community, we always talk about what's the exit strategy. So you're never locked into a deal, right, and got money tied up. So not only Base is an amazing project, but you're talking about something that's built with purpose. Long-term partnerships and strategic alliance with a lot of professionals is what we're all about. So you can make good profits, but have a purpose on your deal. So the Legacy Loft is one of these deals, as well as the luxury affordable housing, that we've been able to use our expertise to bring an offer and an opportunity to the community. So if this is something you want to participate with, again, you can screenshot our information and you can understand exactly why our community continue to grow. We have a free community that we just opened up. We'll drop the link for that for you guys here in just a second. So everybody's on this call, you'll have an opportunity to be able to join. If you've seen value in what you heard thus far today, put value in the chat, and when you see it on the replay, click the link that we're going to put in there. Join the free community, and all this information that we give out on a regular basis, you'll have an opportunity to be able to participate and get this information on a regular basis, right? So that's the base presentation. This is what we do, right? So as we give you guys all this information, we want you to have a clear understanding of who we are as business professionals, what our community is all about, right? And how you could participate, right? In a situation such as this, right? So we're going to do a quick commercial real quick. We know we done threw a lot on you real quick. So we're going to get our next speaker ready to go, Ms. Ty Bilbo. She's going to come up and talk a little bit about the market and what's going on right now from a real estate perspective, guys. So sit back and relax for just a second. We're going to take 60 seconds to get Ms. Ty Bilbo ready and get her queued up, and we'll be ready to go. All right, good stuff, good stuff. Hope you guys enjoyed that. What you just saw right there on that quick little commercial break, we got Ms. Ty Bilbo backstage ready to go. Ty, I see you back there now. What you just saw right there was our community, right? You talk about a group of professionals that's been in this space for years, 20 years, 30 years, 25 years. And so all that experience comes together for a base project. You don't do deals at this magnitude by yourself. You know what I'm saying? These is definitely one of those things that you got to have a community of individuals that come together to be able to do what we're doing. And we're so grateful for that team. And so this young lady that's coming up next is one of our just precious gems in this community. She's actually my brother's wife, you know what I'm saying, from a relational standpoint. But you're talking about a professional that stands on her own 2 feet, knows the market of real estate, is a real estate agent, building a massive team across the Houston market, and just does a great job. Ty has such a great personality to be able to connect with her clients to help them understand that she does care about them and what direction they're going into, which is a lost art in the market, but also the knowledge that's needed to make sure that this deal continues to grow, right? And so, being that listing agent for a lot of properties that we do, we had to make sure that we had the right person in the right place to have these conversations of, on behalf of our clients and making sure everybody's in the right position. And Ty does just that, right? And so we appreciate Ty for everything who she is and what she's doing in the marketplace, as she continues to be able to bring value to the community. And without any further ado, we're going to bring up Ms. Ty Bilbo to make sure that she can help you guys understand this deal from a real estate perspective. Ty, I can see you backstage. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. You ready to go? All right, thumbs up. All right, cool. All right, so without no further ado, we're going to bring up Ms. Ty Bilbo. All right, here you go. Hey, Sister Soul, how you doing?
Hey, good.
All right, good to see you. Good to see you.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, I got you. I'm going to pull it up for you real quick. You good? Can you see it?
No, I can't see it on your end.
You're not going to be able. You just can you see her screen?
I pull up her presentation from my side. Let me pull that down. Okay, no, I can't see her screen yet. Give me 1 second. I got you over here. Ty, no, that's not what you want. Oh, is she gonna do a share screen?
Yeah.
On her end? Okay, I see it. Paul. There it is. Meet Ty. Oh, look at him. Look at them curls bouncing on her way to do a deal. Okay. I see you, sis. All right, you got it. Take it away.
All right, thank you. Thank you. That was an awesome presentation. Now we're going to get into why people are moving to Houston, what is going on with the Houston market, and why you should partner up with Base with what's going on with the Houston market. So just a little bit about me. I work closely with our family construction company, 7 Concepts. I've been in real estate for 6 years. And since I started, I've only been doing new construction and helping out with the family. They build them, I sell them. I also work on as a buyer agent side at times with builders as well, like D.R. Horton, David Weekley, and things of that nature. So I know both sides of, the business. And not only that, I'm the event director for Women's Council of Realtors in Fort Bend. It's an amazing organization where we share our resources with other women in real estate. And for me, my work, it blends with real estate sales, development, and education, all centered around creating long-term value and generational wealth. And that's what BASE is, creating generational wealth. Now let's get into the Houston market reality check. So Houston has really balanced out, and we'll read a little information and get some numbers so you actually understand how many people are moving here and then why are they moving here. So in the housing market in 2025 reflected a return to a more balanced pace, making it a solid year overall for both buyers and sellers. And what does that basically mean is that it returned to the pre-pandemic norm. So if you were buying, if you know people buying and selling back then in 2022, the market was on fire. And that's where we're balancing back to. The market has cooled off, and that's a sign that it's meeting or exceeding the demand. Now, the greater Houston metro area, which includes the surrounding areas, added nearly 200,000 new residents between 2023 and 2024. So that's about one new person every 2.7 minutes on average over the year. And then if we break it down a little further, that's 548 people per day. So you can see the demand in Houston is really high. And not only that, the new construction is our niche. And that's the smartest investment in today's market, as you heard through the presentation. And we have our project called the 100 Home Affordable Luxury Project. And that's where you could come in at the builder's price, you get land ownership, and you get the education. And there's no one out there that's actually doing what we're doing. And then as you heard earlier, there's a 90,000 home shortage. Affordability in Houston, it's really not a severe shortage like you have in New York or Los Angeles. But the nation overall is 1.5 million to 5 million homes where there's a really big shortage. And for Houston, actually, the inventory is high and rising, indicating no large citywide home shortage right now, but the home shortage is in the affordability. And that's what we're here to talk about. So the affordability sector shortage is basically renters are cost burden, meaning they spend most of their income on renting, which could be $2,500 to $3,000 because they are priced out of the affordable homes, right? And so we come in the sweet spot where we're 300 and under. And this is where we sit in the Houston market. So why partner with us is because I'm gonna keep saying we're in the sweet spot. So the Houston median home price is $335,000 to $340,000. So that basically means you are not competing with luxury builders. We're not competing with them. We are in the most active demand pool in the city because we're below the median price. The homes are attainable, entry to move up, price brand. So we're right in that sweet spot for first-time home buyers, renters trying to, escape those high-rising rental prices, families priced out of the $350K plus, and then you have lenders that approve more easily. Okay, so make sure you're taking note or you're screenshotting this so you can share this with somebody else who's looking to invest, who thought about investing, who was a realtor who thought they couldn't invest. And so this is for anyone out there that's looking to create a passive income and create that generational wealth. So the shift in buyer behavior, new homes are selling faster under 300K, the sweet spot. Recent reports reveal a dramatic shift. Like I said before, while new home sales overall were down 8.2% year over year, 300K is selling the fastest in new construction. Why? Because you have lower utility bills, better functionality of the layout of the home, fewer repairs and maintenance issues. And then you have the warranties because you have the peace of mind. And then you also have incentives. So where you win in the market, Houston has inventory overall, but the key the key, there's not enough nice products under 300K. And when you saw the presentation, you seen what we provide. And we're not new to this in building and providing quality homes. So most homes under that price are old, builder grade basics. We've been touring homes in city and we see the products that are out there. You have poor layout and no design appeal at all because the homes are basically looking the same. Everybody's doing the same. And as you've seen before in the presentation, this is what we're creating for affordable housing. Luxury, but still affordable. So buyers don't just want a house, they want the courts, the modern exterior, the spa, the tall ceilings, and we also have floating stairs we're putting in our affordable homes. And then you have the open layout. So when they see that 300K, they're feeling like they're winning. They want to feel like this is a home, not just something that was thrown up and, you know, let me just go buy this just to be buying for the sake of it. No, that's not what we want. And so why new homes are pricing below some resales? Because one, you have rate buy downs, helping with closing costs, and you can get some free upgrades depending on, you know, the builder. And then also with us, we already have our plans already laid out. So when we go to the win for long-term wealth, lower maintenance, you have the 2 to 10 year warranty, and you have a better resale value. And like they said already, we're in phase 3. We've already closed out phase 1 and phase 2. So if you haven't got in, we have phase 3 available. And so why our syndication is different. One is because you're not paying retail, you're paying builders costs. So where can you go and pay, you know, builders costs and not pay a retail, not paying $400 to get in on a project so you can create passive income or have that equity. So you're coming in at builder's cost entry. So that saves you tens of thousands versus retail pricing. And then you immediately have equity built in from day one. And then that also allows you to have land. So you're getting a piece of land with your deposit, and you're getting the builder's cost. So you own part of the development, not just a promise. We're not having to go out there and find your own dirt. We supply everything for you. We actually are giving you the blueprint. So in a normal purchase, buyers pay retail price. With our syndication model, you enter at a builder's cost, and your deposit includes land allocation, meaning you own part of the development from day one. So this is wealth building strategy, not a traditional home purchase. So get that out of your mind. It is a unique strategy that we have come up with. So when what you get with your deposit is the lot, right? Real asset, your education. You also get education along with it. So like everything was broken down before, you have to know your numbers. You have to know, you know, what you're buying. You don't want to just guess and then go out there and then you're stuck and then you don't have enough reserves. And then also early access to the best lots, even though all of them are the best, but first come, first serves. And then where you fit in Houston's bigger housing picture. Houston challenge is not just the shortage of the affordability, right? We said it's the lack of quality in homes. So what we're solving is the affordability gap, the design gap. First-time home buyers can actually buy our property and feel good. So you are, when you partner with us, in the highest demand of the market. And so the bottom line is we are not too low. We are not underpricing. We are in the power zone of demand. As you've seen before on all the other slides, 300K or below is the sweet spot. So we're strong absorption. We have a broad buyer pool, emotional appeal, and perfect for first-time home buyers, or if someone wants to move up and have a better quality on affordability. So this is the smart development strategy. The process is simple and we're transparent. We keep everything transparent because you are safe with Base. And to get in touch with me, you can screenshot this. You have questions, feel free to reach out. And then also, this is my Instagram link. You can follow on Instagram so you can, stay updated with what we're doing in the development process. But if you have not, you're watching this replay later, you definitely want to get in because all the facts and numbers have been given to you. And have a great day and see you at the top.
Look like I was muted out. Oh man, God, y'all was trying to tell me. Why ain't nobody tell me? I said, Mr. Bill, well, you see, it was getting a little chilly out here, man. I had to put my bass cardigan on, man. I was getting a little chilly. I was getting a little chilly back there, Mr. Bilbo. And so let me pull you up real quick. I see you. There you go. I was getting a little chilly, Mr. Bilbo.
I see.
I had to get a little comfy.
and only you had to go get an original and put it on so you won't get a little warm.
Yeah, man, just had to get it right, man. Had to get it right. You know what I'm saying? Well, I was saying, like, it's amazing when I hear Ty talk about the market. You know what I'm saying? She's in the market all the time, real time, every day. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with sellers, dealing with buyers, understanding the price points, right? And so when you hear what's going on and the struggles that people are experiencing in the market, and behind the scene, it's like this is being built to fill the need. I mean, that's a powerful position that she sits in to be able to hear these conversations, to bring this back to the community, to be able to talk about like how we're in that sweet spot. You know what I'm saying? Like what you take from that, bro?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, I always tell people, it hasn't always been easy working with your wife and doing the business. You know what I'm saying? And it was some trying times, it was cries in real estate. I told her ain't no crying in real estate.
Right.
But I just to see her progression and go through, what she's going. And I mean, she comes back. She's always taking class. She's always doing her updates and things like that. She reads me stuff all the time. And, she know my mind works different. So she give me what's going on. I immediately go to the play. But I have somebody being that conduit to the marketing to tell me like, this is the latest. This is the latest. So it's like, it just keeps us ahead of the curve, man. I love it. Like it's a great value to have. You know what I mean?
It's a great pair up for sure. Good space. So while we get ready, Attorney Christopher Watson is going to be up next. We're going to get a brother a chance to get positioned. I see he already got his slides queued up there. So Attorney Watson, once you're ready, you can backstage, give me a thumbs up and we'll put you forward. But guys, so everybody that's heard this for the first time, again, just put the word value in the chat, right? If you see the value in what we've been talking about, again, this is free sauce. You know what I'm saying? This workshop, how to turn dirt into dollars, man, is free sauce. What's just going on behind the scene? I see a lot of people in the chat right here. This brother right here, what is that? I can't pronounce it here. What is that? Monopatty? I mean, this brother's been in the chat, you know what I'm saying, definitely lighting it up. You know what I'm saying? This sister right here was talking about what is it, women in the boardroom and TV. Okay, she's been here lighting it up. You know what I'm saying?
House party.
Yeah. Okay.
House party going on
in the house. Okay. All right. Montreal, that's the brother name right here. Okay, brother Montreal, blessings, brother. We see you in the chat, man. Definitely want to give you a shout out, man. Put in the chat where you from, brother Montreal. You know what I'm saying? How did you find out about base? We always curious to know how do people get the information, and because our deal is just to be able to circulate, right? So maybe while we pulling this up to you, if you could pull up the link, and let's while we waiting on Attorney Watts to get ready, let's go ahead and drop the community link. To be able to, if you guys want to, if you feel like this has been valuable for you, want to learn more information about it, kind of see more what Base has going on behind the scene by being in the community. Again, we do have a free online community you can join. Has a resource center. We can connect you to lenders. You know, if you need funding and capital, our capital partner was traveling today. We apologize. We usually like to bring one of our capital partners on to talk about how to get 0% interest cards or lines of credit under your business. You know, this is something that we talk about on a regular basis as well. But you know, we'll get him on our next one. But all these resources is inside the base community that you guys get a chance to get access to, right? That you get an opportunity to be able to hear what's going on. Brother Montreal says from Macon, Georgia. Okay.
Money making.
Okay. Here we go. I went to school with Evans Charles. Okay. One of Brother Evans' friends. Okay, good stuff. Well, we're glad to have you in the community, man. He's a great realtor as well. You know, that's in base, doing a great job. Great community. Yeah, Dr. Watts, we you up next, brother. When you're ready, you just give me a thumbs up. I see you just got to your desk there. So yeah, Evans is doing a great job in the community. Anybody who know Evans know he's a networker, one of a kind for sure. Oh man, extraordinaire. You know, from every event, from white parties to cowboy rodeos and everything else, you know, everything in between. He sent me an event from a polo joint one time. I said, man, that boy be everywhere.
Yeah. After he had just left our events. I was
all right, went straight to the polo joint. Okay, Attorney Evans, I see you. So we just dropped the link right there, guys. If you want to click that link, you can put your info in, and that'll opt you in, right? You can come into the free community again. No gimmicks, no nothing. You know what I mean? Just put your data in there, jump on in it, and let's learn. You know, this each one teach one, iron sharpen iron. You guys know some stuff that we don't. Today, we're just trying to bring forth the value, what we do know, right? And what we do. And our goal is to build a community that we can work together, right? Across the country, no matter where you are, we can work together to do big business, right? Everybody has a family. You know, we all loves our family. You know, we all have, you know, responsibilities as adults that we got to take care of. And, you know, we want to make sure everybody puts some money in their pocket, take care of their expenses, you know, live healthy, you know what I'm saying? Do a good job in your life, man. Be here long term to enjoy this money that you've been able to create. And, you know, the next gentleman that's going to come forth, he's going to talk about the strategies. Like this gentleman, I love when Attorney Watson come forward, man. This is one of my favorite speakers. Watson, I'm telling you now, bro, you one of my favorite speakers. Because this brother come forth and he get forth the strategy. You know what I'm saying? Being in a estate planning background, also an attorney who understands the legality of it, but understanding the background when you understand insurance, securities, and financing, and how they all tie together to make sure you get the right proper structure on doing your business, your life, and how to make sure your estate is handled properly from a tax standpoint. This is a part of the adult business that a lot of people don't do. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, people don't do the grown folk business. You know what I'm saying? People do
grown folk business.
You know, the side of business that's sexy, is fun. You know what I mean? But sit down and talk about when I die, what happened?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Conversations.
Come on. You know, when this is done, this has been fun. But when it's done, what happens next?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Let's strategize this deal all the way through. Who's going to be in control of it? Who's going to handle it, right? You know, how do I make sure my kids is prepared, and make sure my wife is good? How I make sure my husband understand? You know what I mean? This is another level, right, of learning and education that we can't run from. Like, we got to address this piece of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? And this brother does a great job of explaining that deal. So we're going to bring up Attorney Watson, and so he can move forward and take us through this deal. So we're going to bring you up on the stage with us, brother. There you go. Attorney Watson, how you doing there, brother?
You're on mute.
Okay, he muted out. I hear you.
Mute.
Yep, you still muted out. Let me unmute him. All right, hit the unmute on your side. There you go.
There you go.
Please, there, brother. How you doing, champ?
I'm doing all right. I apologize for y'all waiting on me, but I was handling other business in the office, and I was waiting on a 120 slot.
No, you good, man. You good, man. You good, man. You was right there where you need to be, brother. It's all everything flowing fine, man. We're glad to have you on. You know, we done this event live plenty of times, but it's good to see you in your base blue over there as we do the merch. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you know, this brother right here is so knowledgeable, man. You know, we're gonna get out the way and give you the stage, but just want to properly edify, introduce. We appreciate you, taking the time to be able to come on with us. Much gratitude as always, and we just know you do an amazing job of having this conversation.
Right.
Estate planning, background, structuring, taxation, insurance, going through the Rockefeller Trust, man. So we're gonna get out of the way, brother, and we're gonna give you full stage. We're gonna bring up your presentation here. There you go.
Right.
and you can drive that for you. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, this is our trust attorney here. This is our financial planner and estate planner, Mr. Attorney Christopher Watson. Take it away, sir. You got it.
Okay. Hey, I want to thank you. Thank you for having me. And it's just always a pleasure to do the seminars and just impart some knowledge to protect our assets from hazards that we realize that we have and hazards that we don't realize that we have. And so as I go through the presentation, we're going to address some of those kind of things and kind of get some of the clouds out of the way when it comes to understanding estate planning. Okay. My name is Chris Watson. I'm the CEO of Child's Legacy Law Firm, but I'm also the CEO of Heritage Wealth, Family Wealth Advisors. And I always say it like this: a law firm can help you draw up a trust. Any law firm or a trust attorney or estate planning attorney can help you draw up a trust. However, it takes the financial advisor side to make that trust a growing trust that'll last for generation after generation after generation. So I'm wearing when I come to you guys, I'm really wearing the wealth advisor's hat because I enjoy putting together asset protection strategies and also asset growth strategies for future generations. Just part of that is, a trust can last now. Used to, and this is how rich people do things under our noses to keep their power and their wealth growing. In Texas, until 2 years ago, a trust could only last 21 years. 2 years ago, they made it 300 years. So, when you get into asset protection, you understand asset protection, you understand wealth growth and generational wealth, you understand why they did that, why that's important to some people to have. So, okay. So, in terms of, I'm going to kind of go and weave into a few things. And one is, like I said, be your own bank. I know some people have heard that term. And we'll also weave into the different, what strategies are and different asset protection strategies. Okay. So I'll start with be your own bank. Okay. When we talk about be your own bank, it is a strategy in which it leverages life insurance and leverages death benefits to make a trust grow. Okay, to make a wealth last from generation to generation. Now, I'm not going to read everything from word to word on the screen, but as we go through it, you can kind of look at that and I'll kind of explain what we're talking about. We consider the strategy because we want greater financial autonomy and flexibility than traditional banking, especially when you're in real estate. You want a growth in the family. In the family's bank that sometimes a bank will not finance, and so you have a greater autonomy. So what we want to do is we want to build a strategy in which a growth strategy, a trust strategy in which the insurance use death benefits goes into the trust to make it grow and keep it over time. Okay. We have traditional banking, we have personal banking. In terms of there's some advantages that when we talk about a personal banking, and I'm going to go into the whole process in a minute, but I'm just want to, why would someone want to do this, right? So in personal banking with universal life insurance, there's no monthly account and no minimum balances in the bank. No, you have access to the cash on your own terms. You have flexible repayment schedules, and you control the payout. Interest payments build wealth for you, and tax advantage growth inside of the policy. Okay. So what is universal life insurance? Okay. A permanent life insurance policy that provides lifelong coverage and includes a cash value component. Using that cash value component, I'm sorry, something's wrong with my screen here. Hold on one second. Can I unshare right now? Can I stop screen right now? Guys, wait, something's wrong with my screen here. I don't know what the deal is here.
Yeah, no problem. I just pulled it back for you for just a second.
Okay, yeah, something.
Now, let me see. Let me go over here with you. Technology gonna be technology.
Technology is technology. Okay. Yeah, technology is technology. Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up again here.
You good? You good? You good?
Yeah, I gotta apologize.
Nah, man, you all good, brother. We right here with you.
Okay, hold on one second here. I don't know. And this is actually my first time doing this, so forgive me.
Hey, it's all good. First time for everything, brother.
Okay.
But the information stands alone. Great.
All right. Okay. Now I'm gonna share again. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me come back over here. I'll pull your screen back in for you. Let me look for your presentation again.
I got it here, I think. Can you see it now?
Okay, yep. It just added back in. Let me put it back in for you. Okay, there you go. Good to go.
Okay, so I'm sorry. All right, so let me go to a couple of slides here. Okay, so let's start in a different direction here. Okay, so we talked about the asset protection. We talk about trust. Okay. We can start with the tale of two rich families. I know a lot of people have heard of the Rockefellers. A lot of people have heard of the Vanderbilts, right? And the Rockefellers actually had a lot more. I mean, the Vanderbilts actually had a lot more money than the Rockefellers. However, the Rockefellers, they both had trust. However, the Rockefellers put a component in their trust that allowed their trust to grow over time. Okay. When we talk about the Vanderbilts had a trust that depleted over time and had no growth mechanisms. Okay. 70% of families lose their fortune by the second generation and 90% by the third generation. So if you have assets that you worked all your life for, and you put these assets in a trust, and you put these assets in a trust, then and you just dole it out a little bit at a time, eventually, and there's no growth mechanism in it, eventually it's going to disappear, which is what happened with the Vanderbilts. And the Vanderbilts, I'm sure people have heard of Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper is a Vanderbilt. However, he did not benefit off of the Vanderbilt wealth because it's already gone by his by the time he was his generation came around. Now he's making a good living as a newscaster, but he's not Vanderbilt. He's not the Vanderbilts of the past. Okay. The difference between the Rockefeller and the Vanderbilt strategy of preserving and passing down wealth is the Rockefellers implemented what we call now a waterfall method, a strategic combination of dynasty trusts and life insurance that created a self-perpetuating cycle of wealth preservation and regeneration. That means they had a trust, they had a preservation, asset protection strategy, but they also had a growth strategy, and that growth strategy used life insurance. And the Rockefellers basically invented that. So invented that strategy. So with that they went and used the code in the tax code and in the tax code to make wealth. Use the life insurance, call them loopholes. Use life insurance to go into a trust, make the trust grow over time, and pass and be able to pass the wealth down to generations. Okay, so our firms, we specialize in dynasty trust. We call that a dynasty trust. All trusts are broken into. You'll hear a number of names about trust online and everywhere, but all trusts are broken into one of two categories. They're broken into the revocable trust and the irrevocable trust. And the revocable trust, hold on 1 second. Well, let me just keep going with this, okay? Okay, when we talk about let me just continue with the Rockefeller strategy, and we'll go into it in just a second. But when we talk about the waterfall method, assets remain. This is the protective aspects of trust. Assets remain out of personal estates. What does that mean? That means if you become personally liable for some kind of litigation, someone wants to sue you, or you have debts that need to be paid, then the assets of the trust, even though you have full use and control of the trust, of the assets in the trust, are not susceptible to pay off those debts if you have the right kind of trust. Okay, you have tax advantage growth within those policies, which means that, within the life insurance policies, because life insurance policies, they are tax free when the death benefit comes in, and then they also grow in value over time. That's tax free. So you have tax advantage growth. It's protection from creditors and lawsuits as well. So assets in a trust, since they're not in your estate, then they are protected from erosion from hazards such as liabilities, such as taxation, such as entanglements. When we talk about being divorced, married and divorced, and someone taking half of your stuff, that the assets that are in a trust that you have full access and control of are not susceptible to that, right? And so all those hazards are built in when you have a trust with the waterfall method, or a Rockefeller waterfall method, working for it. Okay, so usually we have the traditional approach when it comes to asset protection. The traditional approach means you have basic will and will and testament to transfer assets to the next generation. Well, when you have a basic will, it may not go like you want it to go. So if you have put something in a will in which you want to go to your home, let's say property, to go to your son or daughter. Well, if you only have it in a will that you want that to happen, the probate court judge actually has the last say as to if that will happen, because when it goes to court, a creditor has the chance to say that your estate owes them. And if that is found to be true by the court, then the court can order liquidation of those assets to satisfy that judgment. And when that happens, the courts, when that challenge happens, or a number of challenges happen, then lawyers get paid, the judgment is satisfied, and then the what's left goes to where you want it to go, to your son or daughter. So that's the traditional approach. Also, when you have the traditional approach of direct inheritance, full access to wealth without restrictions on use or management, which means that assets outside of a trust or outside of a dynasty trust, assets go right to the, if there are no hazards or no liabilities, the judge can order those assets to go straight to your heirs. However, if your heirs are not fiscally responsible, if they have debts, if they have things that they need to be taken care of, then that property that they inherited can be taken to satisfy their judgments and debts. Okay. A simple trust structure, basic revocable trust without long-term preservation mechanisms. So that means that if you have a revocable trust, and now I can go into what, the difference. A revocable trust and an irrevocable trust. Those are the two only categories of trust. Now, there are provisions inside of trust that make that kind of can slap a different name on a trust, but they all fit into revocable and irrevocable. Now, the difference between a revocable and irrevocable is that, one, a revocable trust, or a lot of times called a living trust, a revocable trust dies when the grantor dies. That means that all the assets in a trust, when the person who starts the trust passes away, all those assets have to be distributed out and the trust closed after a certain time after they pass away. Okay. In an irrevocable trust, like we said, irrevocable trust can last up to 300 years. And it definitely outlives the grantor. In a revocable trust or living trust, it provides no asset protection while you are alive. That's because the assets that are in a living trust are still within your estate. And if they're still within your estate, that means a court or judge can order that those assets be liquidated to pay any debts or liabilities that you have. In an irrevocable trust, those assets are outside of your estate. And so when they're outside of your estate, they're not yours. They belong to the trust. Even though you have full access and use of the assets within the trust, they are still they're still the trust and not your assets. So if you get into a litigation situation, a judge or court cannot consider the assets within that trust to take care of your debts or obligations. Okay, so and that's a very important piece, because there's a bunch of different a bunch of situations where that's good. This is what we call the provision. So one thing so we can say this: since you have no assets within your estate because they're all in the trust, guess what? You can still live in a $2 million house that is a $2 million house that you live in, that is, you have full and use control of it, but it's in the trust. You can have cars that are owned by the trust that you have full use and control of, but guess what? Your net worth does not include any of that, which means that you can qualify for government assistance programs such as Medicare and Medicaid, even though you have full use and control of the assets within the trust. So when the assets are out of your estate in an irrevocable trust, they're not considered as part of your net worth or a part of your estate. Okay, so so when we talk about that's a big part of what the Rockefeller approach is. The dynasty trust, a structure, multi-generational, irrevocable trust for perpetual existence. It's a lot of words, but what that means is that the trust outlives the grantor and continues to grow over time. Whereas in a revocable trust or living trust, it dies when the grantor dies. Life insurance integration is a strategic use of whole life policies for tax-free wealth replenishment. So what that means is that a dynasty trust is a trust that's made for growth. Now, it will hold. First of all, it makes beneficiaries of everybody in the bloodline, from your bloodline on down. And to be a beneficiary, the trust buys a life insurance policy on everybody in the downline, and they can buy it as early as 6 days old. And when they buy that policy and it's built correctly, it provides cash value, which means usable cash within the policy that can be distributed to the beneficiary out of the trust fund. That's called a trust fund baby. And when that trust fund baby goes through life and receives funds from the trust fund and then passes away, the death benefit of that trust fund baby goes into the life insurance, goes into the trust. And then the trust is millions of dollars, way more than they ever took out, goes back into the trust. And then the trust used those dollars to buy policies on the next generation, and the cycle continues. Not only does the cycle continue with the policies, with the death benefits going into the trust, but those death benefits that are in the trust, that starts the family banking system. And the family banking system is internal financing mechanism using cash value and policy loans. So that means that a person can come to the family trust, borrow money from the family trust, which is collateralized by their death benefit. For example, I always say I have a cousin I probably wouldn't even trust to bring my change back from the store. However, if the trust in which he is a beneficiary of has a policy that'll be worth $5 million when he passes away, that means $5 million will go into the trust. Why can't he come to the trust and ask for $500,000 to start a business? We have $5 million that's coming in, or when he passes away, we have cash value in his policy that we can use right away and give to him, for that business. Why wouldn't we? That's the family bank. In a traditional loan, he would have to go to a bank, tell them why he doesn't need it, tell them they'll check his credit, They'll check the validity of his company. They'll check all of this and then tell him no. Whereas with the family bank, we can make good decisions with the family and use the family money to start to help start that business. Okay. So with the outcome of that, with the outcomes in the traditional approach, 70 to 90% of wealth depletion is gone by the third generation. A substantial tax burden at each generational transfer. That means you have to pay death taxes every time you transfer property or other assets that are in a trust, that are not in a trust. I'm sorry. And then you have limited protection from creditors and lawsuits, which means those assets are susceptible to be liquidated to pay off those creditors. Whereas in the Rockefeller approach, we have sustainable wealth preservation across 6 generations. We have minimized estate generation skipping taxes, which means we don't have to pay a huge tax burden when we transfer property or assets. And then we have enhanced protection from creditors and lawsuits. Dynasty Trust is an irrevocable trust. Hold on one second here. Okay. It's an irrevocable trust designed to hold wealth transfer across multiple generations while minimizing the tax and providing asset protection. Unlike standard trusts, when we say standard trust, we mean a living trust or a revocable trust. Dynasty trusts can theoretically last forever or for hundreds of years with favorable trust laws. That means, like we just said, in Texas, they can last up to 300 years now, and then they can be renewed at that 300-year mark. So they can last forever. Assets are shielded from creditors, lawsuits, and divorce settlements. So that means that a court cannot order assets in a trust to be liquidated to pay any debts or obligations of any of the beneficiaries of the trust. Excuse me. It is only inside the trust. You have tax efficiency. It minimizes estate and generational taxation. We just talked about that. And preserves family values and guides wealth management for generations. What we mean by that is that when the grantor first starts the trust, he sets the rules, sets the standards, sets the family values. That first grantor can make any rules that he wants as a qualification to be a beneficiary of this trust. Okay, so there's though, and that means your values are going to be lasting for generation after generation after generation. Okay. Okay. So now we go into how does life insurance actually fit into this, like we just said, and I'm kind of reiterating that. Okay. The right type of life insurance creates the foundation for the waterfall method. Whole life insurance, guaranteed death benefits with stable cash value growth and potential dividends, index universal life, flexible premiums with market line growth and downside protection, and private placement insurance for ultra high net worth families like Adrian and Bilbo, offering tax advantages and customized investment options. Okay. The implementation steps that we would go through to establish a dynasty trust is to establish the dynasty trust as policy owner and the beneficiary. Basically, we would sit down. We would sit down, establish the trust, establish the dynasty trust, put in the irrevocable provisions, put in provisions that we want our family to follow. And that document is what guides everything. One of the provisions in that trust, it has the trustee has to buy life insurance on every beneficiary from that point on, starting at 6 days old. Okay. And so though that provision right there is what keeps the trust growing over time. Okay. And then we start the policy with the trust creator, policies on the trust creator and the grandchildren. Okay. The key benefits of trust-owned life insurance. During lifetime, you have tax-deferred cash value growth, policy loans for trust beneficiaries, asset protection from creditors, and is outside the estate tax system. When the grantor passes away, you have an income tax-free death benefit going into the trust, estate tax-free transfer to the trust, immediate liquidity from the death benefit going into the trust, and then you have capital for the next generation policies. The leverage effect is that, like we said, it could be an example of 1 million becomes 5 million when the death benefit happens. That means the grantor is the first person to start the trust, and they're the ones who take on the responsibility and the sacrifice of funding the trust. But when they pass away and their death benefit goes into the trust, nobody ever has to do that again in the family, because now the trust has a full life of its own. So it creates an instant multiplication of policy maturation while growing cash value during the insured's lifetime. So like I said, when they pass away, the asset, the death benefit that goes into the trust is now it makes the trust generational now, because now those death benefits can buy policies on the next generation, and that next generation never has to look for funding again. Okay. And I'm going to go through a couple of more. I know I'm taking up a lot of time, and I think we have a short amount of time, but we've gone through that. I'm going to pull up another. Okay, so when we do trust growth with life insurance, and we do it correctly, it brings living benefits for the living. So as you're alive, you have medical benefits that come from policies. You have cash value that can be used in the policies. You're moving assets out of the estate, so the living can qualify for governmental assistance on a lot of things. So it has great benefits for the living. Even it's not just death benefits. It creates trust fund babies. Trust fund babies are created from the cash value that you put into the policies, and it doesn't deplete the trust at all. As a matter of fact, it grows the trust to pay trust fund babies. You can use it as a family bank, as we just described, because we have the asset being the life insurance policy, and that can be collateralized, right, collateralized for a loan to a family member or beneficiary. So it's the family bank. And it happens forever. Forever legacy. Case studies. Okay, so let's talk about, hold on one second here. Let me go back. Okay, let's talk about this case study. This 37-year-old male started a policy. Started a policy for his trust. And you know what? I'd like to change this. Let me change this. I'm going to stop sharing just for a second here. Can I stop sharing, brother? And pull up another one. Y'all there? This is weird for me not to, that feedback is, that feedback is kind of weird for me. I'm not getting the feedback, but I want to change.
You moving along well, brother. Go ahead, pull it up. You good. You good.
All right.
And so we're gonna have brother Mike Davis. Mike, cue up. We're gonna have you come up right before brother Jarvis. So we're gonna switch those two around. So Mike Davis, you'll be up next after Attorney Watson, brother. Nah, you good with it. That doing the virtue is a little different from live, right?
It's very different. It's very different. I'm like, you know, you kind of depend on that feedback.
Right.
And, but I'm gonna get through. I'm gonna get through it, brother.
Nah, you good.
Do we have a question and answer after this?
Yeah, at the end. Yep. We got one at the end.
Okay.
Yep. Once all the speakers go through. And one of the brothers just said, Brother Montreal, he said, this is really good information, brother. So, you know, it's some feedback in the chats that the community's enjoying it. So
okay, good deal.
It's all good.
Good deal. Okay. So let me reshare. Can I reshare?
Yep. I'm gonna go back and bring you.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Let me see. Yep, I seen the other presentation. There you go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, and let me this. Can we kind of going to go through, you know, how it actually works? Okay. There's a lot of misinformation on the internet on how Be Your Own Bank actually works, but hopefully this will provide some strategy. So first of all, when you sign a policy contract with the insurance company, and you sign that policy, and they say they're going to insure you for $2 million, they actually have to put $2 million in an insurance company reserve account. They have to put that cash there waiting on you to pass away. And the thing is, they cannot invest that cash, because if they invest that cash and the market goes down and something happens to you at the same time, they don't have the money to pay you. So that money, as you can imagine, there's trillions of dollars sitting in reserve accounts in insurance companies that are waiting on people to pass away. Okay. And for that, you pay what's called a premium. So even though you pay, you know, your first $500 premium, they had to put $2 million to the side just in case you pass away the next day. So that $2 million is sitting over there. And like I said, they cannot invest it. When you pay premiums, it goes into a premium bucket. And so they'll make a couple of promises to you. One is that when you pay premiums into that premium bucket, no funds ever leave that bucket, ever. And because when no funds leave that bucket, the growth, they'll give you a growth on those funds based on market returns. So if you're paying a $10,000 a year, or $12,000 a year, let's say, and $1,000 a month, that means that at the end of the year, if the stock market goes up 7%, they're going to add 7% to your premium bucket along with what you've been paying into it. So the next year, if you pay, let's say $10,000 a year for round numbers, if you pay $10,000 into that bucket, they're going to add $700. So you'll start the next year with $700, $700 more, and you'll still be paying premiums. And they'll still be giving you returns based on the market. And that means there's uninterrupted compounded interest going on. I know I hope people understand what compounded interest is, but that's uninterrupted compounded interest. Money never leaves the bucket. It's always being added. The second thing is that, one, they will give you money based on what the market does. Like if the market goes up 7%, they're going to give you 7%. But they put a ceiling on it. And that ceiling, let's say that ceiling is at 10%. Well, if the market goes up 20%, then you only get 7% in your bucket. However, conversely, you have a zero floor. You have a 10% ceiling and a zero floor. That means if the market goes down, you lose nothing out of your bucket. So you don't have a concern of market downturns. Now, because you put money in that bucket, remember I said money never comes out of that bucket. 80% of what you put into that bucket is available to you in a line of credit. So that means that if I've already put $100,000 into that bucket over time, $80,000 of that I can get to do anything I need to or want to with. However, remember I said that nothing ever comes out of that bucket. Where does that money come from? Well, in that reserve account, they cannot invest that money, but here's what they can do. They can loan that money to the people they insure. So the money actually comes from the reserve account. And then when they loan the money to the people they insure, that person, that insured, can use that money to make investments. So now that money is over here earning interest. They gave him a line of credit based on what he had in here, gave him a line of credit. He invested that money. That means that same dollar is working over here as an investment growth, and it's working out here as an investment growth when he makes money. Let's say he want to borrow that $80,000 to buy an investment property that he's going to sell for $150. Well, as soon as they gave, now here's the thing. A loan from the insurance company is not the same as a loan from a traditional bank, because a loan from the insurance company, well, let's say a loan from a bank, you got to go into the bank. You got to tell them why you don't need the money. You got to tell them that you got to show them why you need it, what you're going to use it for. They check your credit, and they may or may not give it to you. A loan from the insurance company is one question. You want to pay for the wire, or do you want them to send a check? That's the only question they're going to ask. Why? Because one thing they do know is that you're going to pass away. And since that you're going to pass away, they know they're going to get that money. and that money is going to come out of, they're going to pay your beneficiaries the death benefit minus anything that you borrowed. And so since they know that you're going to pass away and it's collateralized by your death benefit, that makes it collateralized by your death benefit. Guess what? When you earn the money back up here, you can pay the money back to your line of credit or not. It's optional. If you pay it back to the line of credit, then the line of credit is going to go back up, by the amount that you borrowed. But if you don't, you're still going to be earning uninterrupted compounding interest over here, and 80% of it is going to go to your line of credit, and your line of credit is going to continue to grow. But and when they're going to get they're going to get the loan back out of the death benefit when you pass away. So if you don't pay it right back right now, you'll pay it back when you pass away, and they're okay with that. Okay. Now, another kicker is that when we talk about the loan application, the traditional loan application, traditional loan, but with the loan from the insurance company, there's no loan application. It's not based on credit. It's collateralized by the death benefit. The loan is at the prime interest rate. The prime interest rate means the interest rate that the bank borrows money for. So if the prime interest rate is, say, 5%, and watch this, pay attention to this very closely. If the prime interest rate is at 5%, that means they're going to give you a loan at 5%. But at the same time, if the market goes up 10%, they're going to credit your bucket over here 10%. That means your money is still making a spread of 5%. I hope that makes sense to everybody. That is an advantage of going to your own bank instead of going to the traditional bank, and your own bank being backed up by the insurance company. Another kicker is that after the 7th year of you putting money into your premium account, instead of 80% of it going into a line of credit, 100% of what you put into it goes into the line of credit. That means if you have if you put $100,000 in this bucket, it's going to grow over here in this bucket by market rates. You can borrow it from over here from the reserve account. 100,000 went over here, borrow 100,000, take that money, make money with that 100,000, and it's still making 5% over here. That's what they mean by borrowing from yourself. Now, and the payback is optional. Because if you don't pay it back, they'll get it out of the death benefit. The death benefit goes to the beneficiaries less the outstanding loans. Or that death benefit goes into the family trust. And then the family trust uses those monies to buy policies on these little babies, on these descendants, on these little babies. And if the policy is designed correctly, the policies on these little babies, by the time they get 13, 15 years old, the trust will kick them out, will have made them a trust fund baby for the rest of their life. And by the time they get to retirement age, or by the time they start working, and when I say retirement age, I mean literally at 30, 40 years old, it could be paying, the trust can be paying them a salary that will allow them not to work, tax-free, for the rest of their life that they cannot live. And then when they pass away, their death benefits are going to the family trust and buy policies on the next generation. Death benefits deposited in the family trust and buys policies on the next generation forever. Chris, if I take out a loan against the policy, do I have to pay it back before I take out a? No, yes and no. Like I said, you have a line of credit, and on this line of credit, if you borrow everything that you have off of the line of credit, then your line of credit will be zero. Or you could pay it back right then and your line of credit go back up. You just run it like a line of credit. However, even if you didn't pay it back, after some years of growth from this years of growth from this premium bucket, it's going to go back up anyway. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. No, you do not. As a matter of fact, when it's designed correctly, there comes a point where there are perpetual loans, and we call that retirement benefits, tax-free retirement benefits. They are literally on paper perpetual loans that you cannot outlive, and they're tax-free because they're on paper, they are loans. So even though they're loans, they're not due until you pass away. And I'll bring up a case study on it in a second. But the benefits that can come out of a policy to pay retirement, we call it retirement pay, is tax-free because they're classified as loans that are not due until you pass away. And so that's why they're tax-free. And if the policy is designed correctly, you cannot outlive it. And you leave the beneficiaries millions of dollars to go back into the trust. Okay, with millions of dollars in the trust from the insurance benefit payouts, all beneficiaries have access to money for business, education, and investments because they all have policies in the trust. If they would like to borrow $1 million to go fund a business at 25 years old, if it's designed correctly, by the time he's 85 years old, $15 million of his death benefit will go back into the family trust. Why wouldn't you loan him $1 million? That's the way the family bank works. More money is deposited back into the trust than was taken out by any beneficiary over their lifetime, if the policy is designed correctly. The family office will thrive as the family manages family assets and trust and investments within the trust. That means that a trust can own anything that a person can own. It can own property, it can own currencies, it can own other assets. The family manages those assets. And sometimes they have a family office, and the family office is made up of family members to manage the family fund. Rich people do that. It provides premium asset protection. That means protection from taxes, trust. There's a trust provisions within the tax code that protects it from taxes, from liabilities. If any of the beneficiaries are sued or have a liability, the trust assets are not encumbered, and the next generation builds on the wealth instead of having to start it over.
Dr. Watts, I'm gonna hop in there with you real quick. We're gonna have to wrap this segment up so we can get to the next one there.
I am
But I
done.
wanted you to finish that. That's why I threw you that question right there from the brother, because I thought that was a great question, tying into what you were saying. So if you could throw the post
I'm
QR
done.
code with you and your segment, I give you an extra time because I already know.
I'm done. I apologize.
No, I just know this piece gets a little deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know how we get into the energy in the room. This section get real deep. That's why I told y'all before he came up. This is one of the highest commodity talks of the deal, that it gets deep. You know what I'm saying? So I can't wait till we do this again live in a couple of weeks. But I definitely wanted you to get through that piece right there before we pulled it, so everybody can see how the money comes in, how the structure happens, limits the liability, tax benefits, and the perpetuation, like the Rockefeller did, is by being able to put that waterfall in there. That's the secret sauce. You know what I'm saying? That's the sauce.
And just so everybody knows that literally 1% of life insurance agents design it for this purpose. And the only reason I designed it for the only reason I'm a life insurance agent is because I'm designing it for trust growth. So that's the only reason we do it. So like I said, a lawyer can draw up a trust, but an insurance agent can't draw up a trust, but they can bring it. If you have the right insurance agent, they can show you how to grow it.
Pull it together for a circle, man. Listen, pull up your QR code right there. Watch before we bring up Dr. Mike Davis. No, we got to get him in. But put your QR code up real quick so the folks can see it and scan it for just a minute. And if you want to flip through that, I want them to be able to find you, brother, be able to get in contact with you. So if you guys got some value out of that, put value in the chat. I ain't asked you to do something that's gonna mess you up again, and I don't want to mess you up.
No.
All right. So I tell you what, I'm gonna get Davis up real quick while you find it, and then we switch back to the end. I'm gonna pull up your QR code. How about that?
Okay, that'll work.
Okay, all right, good deal, man. We appreciate you, Watts, man. Y'all give it up, put some fire in the chat, some love for brother Christopher Watts, man. That's one of the best in the business, guys. So we're gonna have a quick. I see brother Mike Davis back there, man. Mike, give me a thumbs up, brother. You ready? I see you pumped up and excited. All right, so we're gonna have a money talk show real quick, man. We're gonna have a commercial real quick, and we're gonna bring up this dynamic brother from Brooks and Davis, man. These brothers right here, man. This ain't no joke right here. This firm right here, man, it's tearing up Texas, man. Just tearing it up, and they just growing by leaps and bounds, man. So we got to give it up for the brother, man. So we're gonna take a quick minute right here for commercials. We get my brother. I see you got his cap on backstage. I see you, brother. I see you. My brother ready to go, man. All right, we'll be ready back in 60 seconds later. Hope you guys enjoying this. There's a whole lot of sauce, man. As you can see, everybody can get into their topic and get real deep on it, man. So you got to really roll with this deal. Base got so many valuable strategic partnerships across the community, man. It's a blessing just to be here. I'm glad to serve with you guys, man. We'll be back in 60 seconds to bring up my brother, Michael G. Davis. You got to put the G in there, baby. All right, we'll be right back. What's going on, family? It's your boy, Aiden Dynamite Sloan, the living legend.
Terrell Bilbo, the crypto consultant.
Listen, we are here at the Money Talk Show podcast, man. Listen, the creation of this deal to make sure you understand the real talk to come to money and get in position with that deal. This show was created for everybody across the nation who need to understand how money really works. Like, listen, money talks. At the end of the day, is a blueprint to this deal. So on this show, we're going to make sure you get all the sauce to make sure you get in position.
And then I'm going to make sure that you know everything that's going on in the crypto space. This is the largest transfer of wealth that we'll see in our lifetime. And we want to make sure that everybody is in position.
So make sure you strap up your seatbelts. We're about to go for a ride. Tune in. Let's get it popping. Money Talk Show. Let's get it.
Let's go.
All right, we are back at it, guys. Like we never left, man. Hope you enjoyed that little quick little Money Talk Show commercial, man. Listen, we got a whole production right around here, Michael G. You know what I'm saying? See how we do it up in base, baby. We run productions, baby. We don't just run business, bro. We run a production around here. You know what I'm talking about? And so we want to make sure we do the deal at the high level, man. So I'm gonna bring my brother up from backstage, man. Welcome to the show. Michael
Man, I am
Davis.
super excited to be here, man. Look, man, y'all put me behind that brother. How I'm gonna follow up that, man? Come on, how you do me like that?
Hey, coming behind Attorney Watts, man, that boy had you in deep waters, man. That boy had me over here scribbling, man. I was using a pen and pad. Hey, Watts, I even I grabbed the highlight over here. I got one of my kids' crayons over here trying to catch you with you, brother. That brother be going in, man. Listen, man, I'm glad to have you, Mike, man. Appreciate you coming back into the base community, man, to do what you do. Man, listen, just congratulations, man, on everything you're doing with your firm. You know, the impact y'all making across the state, man, not just Houston, you know, as a city, but just across the state, man, and, you know, expanding out all across the country, man. So just congratulations, man, on what you're doing with your leadership. You know, I know that firm is going to continue to grow, and the impacts of all these agents across the nation just going to continue to be better and better. You know what I'm saying? The speed of the leaders, the speed of the pack, we know that, and you running at such a pace, bro, that we know you're going to make major impact, and that's not going to stop. You know, God just going to keep elevating you, brother. So we just appreciate your leadership and being a part of the base community and everything that you're doing. So I'm going to decrease for a moment. We're going to bring up Michael G. Davis. Don't forget the G in the middle, man. CEO of Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm. Man, we appreciate you, brother. Take it away, champ.
Absolutely, man. And look, I really appreciate the kind words. Dynamite Sloan, you know what I'm saying? He's setting the precedent for us, man. He's showing us, you know, how we need to do this. So let me get my slides up. Let's see how I do that. There we go. All right, got my slides up. Man, and we finna jump into this thing, right? Again, it was a great introduction that Dynamite Sloan gave me. I love being a part of the base community and the base family. So again, good afternoon, everyone, man. Thank you for being here. I definitely want to start off by acknowledging the value of what you've already received today, right? I'm gonna say it again, value. Right, because that's a tough ask. I mean, that's a tough ask. These guys wanting you to come spend time with them for 3 hours on a Saturday, right? But you showed up, right? And they're giving you great value today, man. You've heard about deal vetting, man. You've heard about market conditions. You know, you're going to hear about VA benefits. You know, you heard about insurance. You're going to hear about business structure, man. That's a lot of information. And what I want to do today is, you know, not necessarily teach you more tactics or give you more information, because usually at events like this, the real question people walk away with isn't, was this information good? It's, what do I do with all of this now, right? It's like drinking water out of a fire hose. You just been dumped with all this valuable information. Well, now we got to execute. We got to do something with it, right? So that's what I'm going to spend about 30 minutes more or less speaking with you guys. Again, not teaching another tactic, but just helping you understand how people actually move forward in real estate, you know, in real estate without confusion, in real estate without regret, right? Because a lot of this is grounded and based in that, right? You know, so quick, you know, real brief introduction. So I've been in real estate. I'm the CEO of Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm. We started our firm in 2008. The midst of the recession, right? So if you were around Houston, if you were on this earth, if you were in any kind of entrepreneurship, and if you was definitely in real estate, 2008 was one of the worst real estate moments that we experienced. And Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm was founded in that. We made it past that amongst some other challenges and obstacles. And man, we're still here celebrating 18 years this year. Super proud of it. Started with me and my business partner, just like Terrell and Sloan, how they've come together as a partnership and they're growing something huge. My business partner, we got together in 2008 and we've grown our agency from just 2 individuals to now we have over 150 people that are part of our organization. We have over 70 licensed agents that we're working with every day to develop and put them in a position to where they can help more people satisfy their real estate needs. Our vision at Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm is to help satisfy 1 million real estate needs and help develop 175,000 top producing agents. Like, that's our mission at Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm, and we're going to do that. So I'm going to talk to you again about helping you understand how people actually move forward in real estate without confusion. All right. Well, the first thing that we got to understand is that the hard truth that most people don't fail in real estate because they lack motivation or intelligence. Like I can tell individuals that are attracted to a training or a workshop like this, you're highly intelligent, highly successful individuals. So that's not the highly motivated individuals. So that's not the issue, right? They fail because they don't know where they fit, right? We live in an era where information is everywhere, right? I mean, you know, Google, ChatGPT, we got webinars out the wazoo, we're streaming. Information is everywhere. YouTube, social media, podcasts, I mean, it's everywhere. But clarity is rare, right? People are either jumping into something too fast or they're staying frozen because they don't want to make the wrong move, right? You know, that's something that Base spends a lot of time showing you all, giving you all the confidence that when you do take action with them and when you do make a decision to move forward, it's a safe decision. It's something that you can be comfortable in. It's an educated decision when partnering with the project that Base are doing. But there are many people out there, they're not going to the extent that you all are going to. And they're jumping into stuff too fast or they're staying frozen because they don't want to make a mistake. And guess what? That hesitation is normal. Now, look, it doesn't mean you're behind. It's normal. It just follows the natural progression of how people are approaching making major decisions. I mean, it's a big decision when we're talking about investing money, hard-earned money. We've worked on it. We've worked towards it. We saved it and stacked it. So we want to make the right decisions and we want to make the right moves as we maneuver with it, right? So we get it, right? But one of the things that I want you to understand is that there isn't only one correct path when talking about real estate, right? There are several legitimate ones, several legitimate paths when we talk about real estate, you know, because that's where I'm going to come from as a real estate broker. You know, some people, they're retail buyers, right? They're just, you know, they're buying their first house, right? And y'all know these people. Like before we can level them up, before we can scale them up and they can begin participating in the projects that Base is presenting, whether it's the Prairie View project, the project, the 100 lots, pulling the community together. Well, before a person can really participate in those things, they at least need to own their own home, right? If you've ever read the book, The Richest Man in Babylon, that's one of the first principles that he talks about is your first investment is for you to own where you live. It's your first investment, okay? So some people are retail buyers. You know, they're purchasing a home to live in. Some are sellers. Some are retail sellers navigating life transitions, right? I mean, there's multiple reasons on why a person sells their home. This market it's interesting right now, right? Is it the time to market? Well, to sell, I think it really just depends on your motivations. Right? I'm telling some people, hey, look, if you don't have to sell right now, don't do it. You're not necessarily going to maximize your opportunities in the market that we're in, right? It's shifting. It's a little interesting. But some people, you got to do it, right? I mean, it may be you're transitioning to a new job. Right? You want to get closer to a loved one that, you know, they're sick or they need some assistance. Right? We're working right now with our daughter as far as high school, particular high school she want to go to. Hey, look, man, we ain't got to jump through all these hoops. We might need to move into the area where the high school is zoned to ensure that my daughter's able to get in there. So whatever your reason, so people have many reasons on why they're navigating having to sell a home, not just solely based on if it's a good time or not, if the market bears it or not, right? Some are investors, you know, looking for growth or passive opportunities, right? The great opportunity here with Base is you have both options that you can participate in. And then some are licensed agents, right? You know, people are flocking to get into this business. I see it all the time. Matter of fact, on my way, I went to my office. Our agents they're doing a vision board event in my office. I drove there this morning, show my face, pat them on the back, tell them that they're doing an excellent job and to stick with it, stay consistent, right? And on my way back, I was calling. They had referred, you know, one of them had referred a young lady to me. So I called the young lady and, she didn't answer. But my point is, people are very interested in getting into this business. wanting to get their real estate license, wanting to be licensed. Now, here's the caveat, and I say this, total transparency, right? Real estate is a great career. I promise you it is. I love it. I love real estate and the potential and the capabilities that come with it. But I need you to understand that real estate is about people. Being a licensed real estate agent is about helping people. It's not about houses. It's not about properties. It's not about land or commercial or investment. It ain't about that. It's about people. So when you decide to get your real estate license and you decide that this is a career that you're going to move forward in, what you're saying is that I want to put myself in a position to help people win, to help people win. It's not about you. You know, this is something that I teach my agents every day. I have a slide, one of my slides in my training that I do with them, and it talks about their primary job as a real estate professional. And if they were on here right now and I asked them, hey, what's your primary job as a real estate professional? They'll say it because I'm beating it. I'm driving it in every day with them. Their primary job as a real estate agent is to cultivate relationships, right? And what that means is you give up your desires, you give up your wants. You know, you're there to lay out the landscape. You're there to be a trusted advisor. You're there to help people, many people who are making one of the biggest financial decisions in their life. But that's absolutely a path. I've met a number of individuals that the reason they got their real estate license was they wanted to have access to the MLS. Like, oh, I'm getting it because I just want to invest and I want to have access to the MLS. I want to have access to the latest information. I want to have, no. Because the reality is that we're licensed and we're regulated because our industry understands that we could be very destructive if we give bad advice. And somebody that trusts us takes that advice. They take action on that advice. It can be very catastrophic for them. So we're regulated. That's why I have a license number. So the state can keep an eye on me to make sure we ain't out there doing it. So I want you to understand. So I say that to say, if you're making a decision to get your real estate license, this isn't a hobby. This isn't a part-time career move. This isn't a side hustle. It's not what this is. This is a bona fide career move. I know personally real estate agents that live in the same neighborhoods as lawyers and doctors and movie stars and rappers and sports and athletes, because they're making that kind of money because they're helping people to that level, right? So there's many opportunities. So each of these paths requires different timing. It requires different support. It requires different strategy. The mistake happens when people try to force themselves into a path that doesn't fit their current situation, right? So when, let me see, boom, there we go. All right. So for retail buyers and sellers, you know, we think about representation and how representation matters. Most people don't want to become real estate experts when we think from that space. They want someone they trust to guide them through a major life decision, right? When a person is a retail buyer or a retail seller, the worst thing that they can do is get connected to the wrong professional. We're working with a young lady right now. She's doing a short sale. And the reality, the reason that she's in this situation where she's going to take she's going to put herself in a position to where she can't capitalize on any of the equity that she's built over the last years that she's been a part, that she's owned this home. She's now placing herself in that situation. But the only reason that she got in that situation was because she bought a property that needed some dramatic repairs. And at that time, her real estate professional did not guide her properly. Let her purchase this property without an inspection. Let her purchase this property that has, we sent a foundation guy over there last week, $32,000 worth of foundation work. Her agent let her buy this house, right? $10,000 worth of piping work. Galvanized piping needs to be replaced with flex pipe. A $10,000 job. Well, nobody's going to buy that house like that. And you're starting, ultimately, the people just fixed it up, painted over it, let it. But once it's settled, she's been in there a couple of years, boom, it's gone. Well, that retail buyers and retail sellers, that's the worst thing that can happen, is to be partnered with someone that you trusted and they didn't guide you properly. And I see it all the time. But I'd also see a lot of real estate professionals, and they are approaching it from a standpoint of turning retail buyers and sellers into experts. They want to educate them. They want to teach them everything that we've learned. I've been in real estate for 20 years. I want to take all 20 years of my expertise and I want to dump it on you, right? And many of them do that. Why? Just to show them, oh, I'm smart. I know a lot. I've been here. They made it about them. Retail buyers and sellers don't want to be experts. They just want to be, they want to be able to trust that you're going to guide them in the right direction. All right. What about investors? That's the second path of how we can move in this real estate thing. Well, for investors, for many of you on here, you're here to be educated. Like, you're connected to the base community so you can be educated. So you can hear people like attorney, like myself, broker, like Miss Ty, about the Houston market, like Bilbo and Sloan, right? When they educate you all on these different components, you're here for education because you understand that education opens doors. But here's the thing about education, right? And this is the thing that I want to lean on with you all. It's one thing to have the education, but execution is what determines the outcome. You got to do something, right? I'm going to talk to y'all like I talk to my agents, because I have to have this conversation with my agents every day. You can come on here with me and I can give it to you. I can give you the game. But if you don't take any kind of action, if you don't do anything with it, nothing's going to change. Many of you logged on to this training today because you're looking for some kind of change in your life. You're looking for it. Well, the only way that that's going to happen is that you're going to have to make some kind of decision. I'm not saying you got to make the decision right now, but you're going to have to make a decision. And you're going to have to execute something if you want the outcome to shift, because execution is what determines it. You know, opportunity without structure creates risk. That's why I love Base, because of the structure. They've done the heavy lifting. They've done all the hard work for you. If you want to be a passive investor, you just get plugged into the community, get the information, get the learning, tap into their structure, do what they tell you to do, right? Once you get in here and you see that you're a part of a community with credible professionals, once you determine that, then now it's easy. Just do what they tell you to do. Do what we tell you to do. It's easy. So the education is one thing. You can come in here and you can try to be as smart and as intellectual as we are, that our experience has given us, but that's not going to do nothing for you unless you take some level of execution. So that's why education and execution must work together, especially if we're taking this second path, this investor path, which many of you all are taking, right? And then when we look at the licensed agent path, you know, hustle alone isn't enough. I hear that, man. When I tell you I hear that right there, I'm going to get it. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And man, I just listen to it, y'all. I promise you. I sit there and I smile at them and I nod my head, right? But in the back of it, you ain't going to do nothing. Because the reality is, man, real estate is hard. You know, we built this program called the Build Momentum Program, and one of the foundational statements of the program is real estate is simple, right? That's one of the foundational statements of the program. I have my agents, I have them say it. Real estate is simple. It's another one of those things that I pound into their brains. Real estate is simple, but guess what, y'all? Just because something's simple don't mean it's easy. Real estate is not easy. Being a licensed real estate agent is not easy. And hustle, it ain't enough. I promise you, right? This is what I tell them. I say it's like losing weight. Losing weight is simple. Burn more calories than you take in. It ain't no more complex than that. Real estate is simple, right? It's a very simple formula. We tend to overthink it. That's one of the things that I spend a lot of time and energy with my real estate agents, is helping them not overthink it because they overcomplicate it. It's not that much complexity to being a licensed agent and helping people. But that it ain't easy though. It's hard. It's very hard. You know, many agents enter the business with drive, but without systems, without guidance, without the alignment, they never achieve sustainable growth. And sustainable growth, it requires structure. That's why Base and Brooks and Davis, we fit together like a glove, because they've created something amazing, an amazing framework and an amazing infrastructure. And that's where we come from, Brooks and Davis. We come from an amazing structure and framework that we utilize, you know, that's going to propel us to help satisfy those 1 million real estate needs, to become the #1 real estate company in production and profitability. That's our vision, right? It's the systems, you know, working together to help create, and it's the structure to help create that sustainable growth, right? So, you know, there are statistics that I show my agents because I want them to understand, and I'll say it to you as well, because I know y'all see it on Instagram and y'all see it on the shows on Netflix or ETV or HDTV, and y'all see the big commission checks because they're doing the big deals and the luxury million dollar listings, selling sunset. Y'all see all of that, right? But what the statistics say is that 87% of realtors don't make it within 24 months. That's what the stats say. What the statistics say is that 75% or 74% of real estate agents did 3 or less transactions last year. Last year, y'all, 2025, 74%, right? That's what the stats say. What the stats say is that 48% of real estate agents get out of the business because lack of structure. That's what the stats say, right? So yeah, this is absolutely a path forward when we're having a real estate conversation, but I need y'all to understand it, and we need to frame it. We need to frame it the right way. So let's look at the order of how this thing probably needs to work for us. Here's the order that works. It's not just theory, but in real estate and in real life, education's got to come first. So regardless of what pathway you fall in, is it the retail buyer seller pathway? Is it the investor pathway? Is it the real estate agent pathway? It doesn't matter. It's got to start with education. You got to get education, but it can't just stop there. So what that means is that the time that you all have spent with us today, there's a next step. And that next step involves clarity, right? So you're getting the educational part, but that next step is clarity. You got to make sure that you understand and you're getting clarity. Base, Brooks and Davis, we got people here to help you with that, to help you figure out some level of clarity that works for you specifically, and to help work with you when it comes to strategy. That's the next step. You know, after you get the education, you get the clarity, you get the strategy, and now finally you're in a position to execute, which what I said earlier, execution determines the outcome. It's all about the execution. But guess what? Execution is not after education. And that's where many people get froze. They go to the webinars, they watch the videos, they read the books, but they never connect with anybody to help them get clear and help them come up with a strategy. And they think that they're going to go straight to execution. So then when they begin to try to execute what they learn, it's not successful. They fall flat on their face and they get discouraged and they just say, forget it. Or this isn't for me. Or I'm just going to put it down right now and I'm going to go resort back to my old ways and get back into my comfort zone. And then someday in the future, I'll pick it up. But guess what? Y'all already know someday never shows up. It's not a real day of the week. Someday's not a real day of the week. It doesn't exist. But this is why that happens, right? And as I say it, you may be like, you know what, man, he's right. I had all these great intentions. I got educated. It never turned into anything. I tried to do it. It didn't work out. Well, I'm telling you why. We're telling you why, right? Because you missed some steps. You did it out of order, right? We got to get to the point to where when we finally execute, too many people are reversing the order. They rush into execution before clarity. They stay in education forever without action. Speed is not the goal. This isn't a sprint, right? There's nothing that anybody has said to you all today that should give you the belief that this thing is about speed. Speed is not the goal. It's alignment. And that's what Base and some of the other people that we're here to bring some level of alignment to you so you can get the clarity, you can have the strategy, you can execute in such a way to where you win. And not only you win, your family wins, and your kids win, and your grandkids win, and everybody that's connected to you that touches you, they're winning. That's what this is about. This is about winning. Winners win, losers lose. Period. There ain't much more to it. Okay? That's what this is about. It's about winning. So, as I close, right? I know the old Baptist preacher, he said, as I close, usually he got about 20 more minutes, but I'm not, hey, the lucky good thing, I'm not a Baptist preacher. So when I say as I close, I'm closing. Within about 5 minutes, I'll be done. At Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm, our role is not to rush people into decisions. I said it earlier. You ain't got to decide today, but at some point, you're going to have to make some kind of decision, right? And our role, I tell my agents this, I teach them this. It is not your job to decide for anybody, any of your clients, any of your colleagues, or any customers. It is not your job to decide for them, right? We're just here to lay out the landscape, right? To provide the information, to provide the data, to give you the best information for you to make the right decision or the best decision for you. So we're not going to make the decision, right? The interesting thing is I've been in real estate long enough. I have clients, they want me to make the decision because it's a hard decision for them. It's hard, right? But I had to train myself just like I train my agents. It ain't your decision. Don't make the decision for them. Remind them that that's not your job. Your job is to be an advisor. Our job here is to be an advisor. That's the role that we play. Whether it's a retail buyer, whether it's a retail seller, whether it's an investor, whether it's an agent wanting to move forward with clarity, wanting to move forward with structure and confidence, our role is going to be here to provide guidance, to guide you through these things, to help build trust so you guys can see that we're competent and that we care. So now, that we understand what it is that you're trying to do, and we're going to work to make you feel that we understand you. You can trust us, and then we can begin to give you guidance. And we got to do it that way, because if we don't do it that way, you're not going to do what we guide you to do anyway. Like you're not going to take action on that advice, especially if you don't trust us. So we're clear on what our role is and how to do this thing. We're clear on how to work with people. We've been doing it for a long time. We've gotten down to the science of it all, because at the end of the day, we want to change lives. I need you to change your behavior. Most of why you are where you are right now, whether good or bad, is solely based on your behavior. So if you want something different, your behavior has to change. No matter how bad I want it for you, no matter how bad Base wants it for you, no matter how bad anybody wants it for you, if you don't want it bad enough to be willing to change your behaviors and your habits, it's not going to show up. But we're here. We're here for you. I want to be very clear. You don't need to decide anything today. This event was about education and it was about perspective. My time with you was about education and it was about perspective. Okay? But if you're sitting here thinking, man, I sure would like help clarifying my next step. Whether you're a buyer, whether you're a seller, whether you're an investor, or even a licensed agent, we've created an optional way for you to follow up, right? You'll see a QR code, real easy. It's on the screen now. It links to a short form, very short. It's like 2 or 3 questions where you can quietly raise your hand. You ain't got to do it in front of everybody, right? You can quietly raise your hand, no pressure, no obligation, and we can connect with you. I mean, I want to say this clearly and respectfully. Base does an incredible job educating investors and creating access to opportunities. You know, when Base is the right partner, we work together. Trust me. Brooks and Davis Real Estate Firm, Base Financial, we work together. Our role is simply to help you move forward with clarity before you make any kind of commitments. That's our role at Brooks and Davis. And that's the role that we want to fit in you all's lives. So y'all heard my alarm. That means my time is up. I want to say thank you for allowing me to share space with you today. I definitely want to thank my friends at Base, the Base team, for creating such an amazing environment that's focused on education and that's definitely focused on alignment. Kudos to you guys being here today, sacrificing your Saturday. And I know there's some great sessions that are happening after me. So sit down, put your seatbelts on, and keep getting this great value. Thank you, guys. Y'all have an amazing Saturday.
Absolutely, man. Y'all give it up for Michael G. Davis. Give it up. You got to put the G in it. The boy got his own money, y'all. The boy got his own money. He got his own money. Hey, respect, Mike. Yo, we appreciate you as always, brother. Outstanding job, man. Y'all put some heart, love, and fire in the chat for the brother, man. I see your family in there, man, cheering your own, bro. I got some bravos in there. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely stellar, bro. And so we'll see you live in person here in a little bit, man. We'll be coming back over there to come check on you, come see about you. But keep leading the charge, bro.
Absolutely,
keep leading the charge, doing a good job. All right, man. So we're gonna put Michael G. Davis backstage so he can go back there and celebrate for a second, man. Great presentation. Definitely great energy. And guys, if you're in Brooks and Davis, man, you really should thank God for your leadership. You know what I'm saying? I've been in leadership for a long time, and that's the key. You know what I mean? Being in great organizations, like serving under great leaders, just makes you a better leader. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel like Adrian Dynamite Sloan would have became Adrian Dynamite Sloan if I hadn't have been the wingman, or, you know what I'm saying, Robin to a Batman, you know what I'm saying, coming up in the league, and you just understand the business. Like, you gotta serve behind great leaders to learn how to lead yourself. Does that make sense? Like, you gotta be with leaders, and you see the sacrifices, you see, the day-to-day, you see the ups and the downs and how they handle the downs. It's the key of being able to lead organizations. You got to understand the energy you have to manage the downs. You know what I'm saying? Because the leader keeps everything calm and keep everybody understanding how to elevate back up. And that organization right there, you don't start with 1 or 2 people and then you end up with 150 agents for nothing. That is stellar leadership. 20 plus years in the game, man. So one of our strategic partners, Brooks and Davis, like always, does a great job to be able to bring forth through. So we're gonna cue it up real quick, man, guys. There's only 2 speakers left, and we rolling. We're gonna get you out of here on time, man. We're gonna get you out of here on time. And so we're gonna get up next is gonna be our national veteran coordinator, director, Mr. Jarvis Witherspoon, all in Arizona. This gentleman has been doing an amazing job being able to help veterans all the way around the country, and do exactly what he did. So stay tuned. We're gonna come up, we're gonna give him an intro real quick, but as always, we're gonna give you a quick little 60 seconds to queue up, get Brother Witherspoon ready to go, and we'll be back to intro him and get him back on stage. Be right here with you. 60 seconds, guys, and we'll be right back to it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for this next segment, man. I hope you're enjoying the base production of the Durst to Dollar Workshop, guys. I'm Agent Dynamite Sloan, one of the co-founders of Base Community with my brother, Terrell Bilbo, the real estate consultant and the crypto consultant, man. That gentleman wears so many hats, just does a great job. And so we did this workshop today. We typically do this live in Houston, but due to the acclimate weather, flights changing and things of that nature, we said, let's just take it virtual, right, to be able to get more of the family in. And God is good, right, because some of you all may not have been able to make it to Houston to get this information, but man, the value that you've been able to get today for a couple of hours is just stellar. You know what I'm saying? So catching it live, I think the replays is always good to sit back and catch it secondhand. But when you get it firsthand, there's something about that. So shout out to everybody who took time today, because we've been at this deal for 3 hours and 14 minutes already, right? And got 2 speakers left to go. But you've been here taking this information in. So I give a big shout out to all those people who are learning, right? Because leaders are learners, and you guys are taking front stage right now to learn this deal. And so Base again is a syndication of a bunch of leaders that came together just to be able to add what we specialize in, right? You know, from finance to real estate development to realtors, to trust attorneys, to CPAs, you know, to veterans, right? To lenders, to brokers, like, you know, architects, free planners, engineers. Like, we're a community of individuals that just come together to be able to put all of our talents in one place, right? To bring some value to the community, how to make smart decisions, how to manage your money, how to get access to more capital, right? How to use good debt, right? You know what I'm saying? How to eliminate bad debt and use good debt, and understand how to leverage it and vet deals. And so I hope you enjoyed this. My brother put earlier in here the link, right, for you could be able to join the free community. If you've enjoyed yourself today, guys, we do this on a regular basis, and our communities updates like this is happening on a regular basis. And we want you guys to be a part of something special, right? We open it up to allow 10,000 people to come into the Base community in 2026. Free information, 10,000 people get a chance to get in, and then a percentage of those people will get a chance to participate, right? As they qualify and get themselves in position, you'll see the opportunities in Base all the way across Houston, all across the state of Texas. As we expound out, guys, you'll get a chance to get that information firsthand and participate to get something we call profits through equity and ownership, right? Somebody put ownership in the chat for me. This is our key, that we want you to own property. So number one is education. You have to learn. We don't want anyone that's just to be doing things just to do them. We want you to learn what you're doing so you can make educated decisions, right? A fool and their money shall surely depart. You understand what I'm saying? So we want you to be wise so your money sticks with you. Proper structures, the best information, so you can make good decisions for your family, and your children's can live off the decisions that you've done. Because remember, we're only living today based on the decisions that we made yesterday. So we'll be living tomorrow from the decisions that we make today. So today you chose to make good decisions to get this information. And the next gentleman is coming up. Mr. Jarvis Witherspoon is a veteran. He's our national coordinating director for our veterans. So again, my father was a veteran. My brother is a Marine. So I got a lot of love for veterans who go out here and fight the real war in life, right? Some of us just think we in the battle because the cell phone do or somebody got on your nerves. That's not the real battle, right? The real battle is what they're fighting over there overseas to make sure that we got internet, Wi-Fi, and we can enjoy the luxuries of life that we're living, to even have this conversation. And so we needed a person inside of Base that can bring forth the information from the inside, from a veteran's perspective, who's lived that life, right, over there on the other side on the battlefield in real time, and then bring it back to the civilian world, right? And tell us from a veteran's perspective, how can we help our veterans maximize their benefits? How can we help them really use it? Because most veterans never tap into their benefits. What you're going to hear today, this gentleman not only served this country, came back home, built out a family, and realized he needed to use those benefits that he served for to be able to perpetuate and grow his family to live the life comfortably that he's living now. And so big shout out and kudos to him for teaching other individuals how to do the same. Because if you're a veteran on this call, or you know a veteran, it's a large percentage of them who will have never heard this information and never used it before. So we want to make sure we created a safe space for veterans to be able to get this information and take their lives to the next level, leveraging what's available to them. If you serve this country, you know what I'm saying, and you put your life on the line, you deserve to get 100% financing. True or not true? You know what I'm saying? You deserve not to have to put a down payment down, to put a roof over your family head. You know what I'm saying? To make sure you can take care of your family and your children and your obligations, right? But you got to have the knowledge. You got to understand. And this is what makes this gentleman so important. So we appreciate you. So Big ups to Mr. Jarvis Witherspoon, man, our national director and coordinator for base, man. How you doing, Mr. Witherspoon?
I'm doing good. Mr. Sloan. How you?
I'm doing amazing, brother, man. Good to see your base blue over there, baby. Good to see your base blue. My boy's looking good over there. My boy looking good, man. So listen, we appreciate you as always, man. Your segment is one of those segments that people talk about so much because, again, it's a conversation that people don't have on a regular basis of how do you understand the intricate parts of the veteran benefits, how does that work, and how do I use this stuff, right? How do I use it? So many homeless veterans across the country that just don't know, right? And so your positioning is absolutely key to be able to educate and teach the people, brother. So I'm gonna go backstage. I'm gonna let you take it away. You got your slides and your presentation up there. You ready to go? And so we're gonna let you drive it, man. So thank you so much, brother. The floor is yours.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Jarvis. I am a Navy veteran. And before I get into the slide deck, I basically want to let you guys know what I'm gonna be discussing today. Ultimately, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself, as you can see here. But I'm really going to bring you into the world of veterans and what we go through. And I'm also going to give you the opportunity to help any veteran that you know, right? I'm pretty sure, everybody that's watching this aren't veterans. And you might think, oh, okay, this slide is not for me. Let me go grab a drink or whatever. But I need you guys to pay attention because like Mr. Sloan said, Brother Sloan said, the world really don't understand what we go through overseas in battle, right? Because it's just not what it is. If you're seeing something on the news, it already happened, and we already came up with a story that we're going to tell Americans. At the end of the day, if you're not grounds, or if you're not in battlefield, or you're not overseas or deployed, you don't really know what's going on. So I really want you guys to tune into what I have to say, because you're going to help me help veterans better. I'm pretty sure you have a cousin, friend, brother, somebody that's a veteran, or even currently serving that can utilize this information. So I'm gonna jump right into it. My name is Jarvis Witherspoon. I'm a Navy vet. I'm a licensed realtor. I'm an investor, military investor coach, and national veteran rep for base. Also founder and CEO of Serve to Soul. Right now, my mission is to help at least 1,000 veterans yearly to fire their boss, create financial freedom, and live the American dream that we all fought for, right? If anybody deserve, the military deserve. My quote, my main statement is always, you serve, you deserve, right? So I want to help veterans turn service into ownership and ownership into legacy, right? Because it's all about our kids. It's all about what you leave behind. One person told me a few days ago, he wants to beat the grave. And when he said he wanted to beat the grave, instead of letting the grave beat him, is he wanted to make sure he left nothing behind. He didn't want to leave anything for the grave to take. So he didn't want to go to the grave with anything. He wanted to make sure he left everything behind for his family, his kids, right? So basically, whatever you get in this life, it's not going to go with you. And if it does, the grave won, not you. You want to win, not the grave, right? So I'm going to get right into the slide deck. I'm not sure we have any veterans that's watching, but if you serve, you understand that it's a process when you're going from a veteran or a military service member to a civilian. And when I say civilian, I know it sounds weird because you never look at yourself as a civilian until you're not a civilian. The reason why there's a separation is when we're out overseas, wherever we're at, we're a representation of America. So technically, we're more than just a civilian. We represent America in everything we do. That's why we have to be in uniform. That's why we have to have it's to the point where laces have to be at a certain level. Badges have to be on properly. Yeah, you have to be completely shaved, right? Everything that we do in military is to represent Americans. So when I say it's a transition from being that to a civilian, is extremely difficult because you jump into the workforce and nobody has the type of structure to them. Nobody is waking up shaving every day. Nobody's waking up making sure that all their laces is tied correctly. People don't really do that. They put their shoes on, they tie, they keep moving. They don't really understand the strategic details in your day-to-day life because it's not something that's a necessity, right? There's nobody, a drill sergeant or nobody's telling you, hey, you need to be like this, you need to have this, you need to have that. So when I transitioned out of the military, I was thrown off. I really didn't understand my place in society because one, I spent half of my life learning how to be a stand-up military guy. And then now I jump into the workforce and I'm just on the computer helping people log into their account. And honestly, it's a complete difference from what I did in the service. I was a comms guy. I controlled communications from ship to shore. So whenever we deploy and we was going to different countries, we had to let them know what we were doing in their country, who was going to be there. Everything has to be accounted for. That was my job, right? I was a communicator. So if you see here, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, but some of my military buddies, they're surrounding me because they had to protect me. I was the guy that made communications. If I died, nobody could control or knew how to run the radios and make sure that we had communication from ship to shore. Meaning, if we're out in the field and we need help and backup, who's going to call for help? It was me, right? So when I jumped in civilian force, I no longer had a mission. I no longer had, the opportunity to be in charge of something that was detrimental to people's lives. It became, I was just living the day by day, right? I got out pretty early. I only did 5 years because I ended up having my daughter, which you'll see in the next slide. At 21, I had my firstborn baby girl, and I ended up marrying the lady that I had, was dating at the time. I was stationed in Japan. I did 2 years in Japan, in Okinawa. If you're a vet, you probably know about Oki. But I ended up bringing my Japanese girlfriend, my wife now, and my newborn back to the States with me, going through all that process. And I did it at a very young age, but I promised myself as a young kid that was raised by a single mom that I would never allow my kid to be raised in a broken home. So I got out. I didn't want to be traveling. I didn't want to be going from station to station to duty, right? And just for reference, I did deploy. I did 2 deployments. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Egypt. I've been to Portugal. I've been to Spain. I've lived in Japan. So my mindset when I got back to civilian sector was thrown off. I was like, man, everybody's living too slow and everybody's living too privileged. They don't really understand what it feels like to have to camp out in the woods somewhere for months at a time, and you only have 2 pair of changed clothes. Like, people don't understand that. So when I jumped into the civilian sector, I realized everybody just was lackadaisical. After 5, I'm off. Well, in the military, you're never off. There's no 8 to 5. You're always at work, right? So it's a completely change in mindset that I had to transition to. So I struggled. I went from job to job. As you can see here, I was cutting hair. I was on roofs. I was doing all types of stuff just so I can provide for my baby girl, as you can see here, right? So the transition was difficult. And a lot of veterans go through this. I'm speaking on behalf of plenty other veterans that's been through the same transitional obstacles that I did, right? And the longer you stay in, the harder that transition will be. Because like I said before, we're very mission oriented. You give me a task, I'm going to complete it. I don't care if it's 5 p.m. and it's time to go home. Well, when you jump into the civilian sector at 5 o'clock, everybody's going home. So you have to go home too. And you have to transition from that. And it gets depressing. It gets to the point where you're like, man, I need somebody to talk to. I need somebody to give me a mission. I need somebody to give me, a pathway to be what I was in the service, right? So I eventually started doing real estate, right? I fixed my credit. I got above 750 so that I can get funding, but I utilized my VA loan to buy the house that you see here on the right. But in the middle, as you can see, I got my real estate license. The reason why I got my real estate license is because when I bought this house on the right, I realized the realtor didn't do too much of anything. Really, I found the property. All they really did was the legalities, the paperwork. And then I was like, all right, cool. I think I can do this. So I got my real estate license. I fixed my credit, and I bought my first real estate property with the VA loan 0% down. This is a 5-bedroom, 3-bath that I bought in Arizona, right? And that's when the light switched. That's when I realized that the VA loan was the actual cheat code to life outside of the military. This is how I was going to build my legacy. This is how I was going to turn my 8 to 5 into a mission for me, my life, my family, and my legacy. And it jump-started me into so much more, right? So here's the proof of the strategy that I basically use. But before I get to that, I basically want to explain what the VA loan is. The VA loan is basically the best loan known to man, right? 87% of veterans have never utilized the VA loan, right? 33,000 veterans on any given day are homeless, okay? 40% of veterans are more likely to declare bankruptcy than any other civilian, right? Nearly 1 out of every 4 veterans have less than $400 saved for any type of emergency. There's an estimate of 17 veterans die by suicide every day. And I wonder why they're dying to suicide. 1, because they no longer have a mission. And then 2 is because we're struggling. We're not able to adjust to the 8 to 5 structure. So we end up being depressed, PTSD, not having anybody that can connect with us and understand what we're going through. And then we resort to things like drugs or whatever the case may be. And we end up homeless, abandoned, hopeless, and estimated 17 veterans die by suicide every day. More than 1 million veterans don't use their benefits they've earned because they don't truly understand them. And, you know, I didn't either. When I got out of the military, I wasn't thinking about buying a house. I wasn't thinking about fixing my credit because nobody teaches that when we transition. When you're getting out of the service, some of you may not know, but they send you through a 2-week class that basically it's like death by PowerPoint. You just watch a whole bunch of slides to tell you how to adjust however many years you've been training into 2 weeks of how to become a civilian. So you don't really pick up on anything. You don't remember anything. You don't get true knowledge on how to build wealth, right? They taught us how to wear our uniforms. They taught us how to be mission oriented, but they never taught us how to build wealth, right? Nearly 60% of veterans say that when they leave the military, they're living paycheck to paycheck within 3 years, right? And like I said before, 87% of veterans have never even used the VA loan. The VA loan is better than any loan out there, right? Because it's 0% down, there's no PMI, and there's so many other benefits that come with it that I'll speak on later, right? So let me get right into what I actually used the VA loan for. With this very first property, what I did is I lived in this property for a year, and then I moved out and I rented this property out. And that began the first investment strategy that I utilized, house hacking. As you can see here, the very first property that I bought was 0 money out of pocket. If you don't spend any money and you're making money from the profits of without spending anything, that's called infinite returns because you never put any money in it. So you have infinite amount of options or ability to make money because you never even put any money in it, right? So the very first VA loan I bought a $350,000 house that I showed you before, right? My monthly payment was about $1,500 a month because I had a great interest rate, right? So on any given month, I could make up to $6,000. As you can see here, this is Airbnb. I believe that success leaves receipts. So I'm not going to tell you something that I've done. I'm not going to tell you to do something I've never done. So with my very first property, I was able to make $6K in 1 month, right? As you can see, the other months were a little slower, but with almost $7,000 in 1 month, that basically with a $1,700 monthly payment, you know, you're profiting upwards of $5,000 to $6,000, and you can spread that amongst the months that you didn't make so much, right? Now with that as well, I also made roughly $18,000 with Booking.com, as you can see here. So what you got to do is you got to put your property on multiple streams of access to people to rent it out, and that's what I had to do. Me being a realtor, I put it on the MLS as well. But I put it on Booking.com, Vrbo, Furnish Finder, Airbnb, everywhere that a tenant would look to purchase a property or to rent out, that's where I put the property at, right? like the brother said before, Mike Davis, you still got to put the work in, right? So with that 0% down VA loan, I was able to make $6K a month. So I was like, all right, cool. I wonder if I can do it again. And what do I have to do to it again? Well, with the VA loan, you can use it over and over and over again every year. So I bought another $380,000 property with 0% down, right? So once again, I'm walking into an IPA, income producing asset, with no money out of pocket, right? And with this same property, I was able to make up to $6K in 1 month utilizing Airbnb, Booking.com, Vrbo, all the other streaming sites that I told you about. Now imagine if you did this once, twice, or even 3 times, how much closer would that put you to financial freedom, right? So if you can buy a property with no money out of pocket that can make you $6K a month every year, by your 5th year, you'll have 5 properties that's passively paying you 6 figures without even having a job. So that's what I learned, right? In this same process, I began to start working on getting my disability rate, because disability rate is 100%. At 100%, you can make $4,500 tax-free. So a combination of me having 100% disability at $4,500 and me making roughly $6K a month, I was already in the 6 figures without working. Now, on top of that, I started to go to school. And with school, they pay you what they call BAH. BAH is basic housing allowance. This housing allowance is what they pay veterans to go to school and go and learn how to have a job, right? Because we're still transitioning to the civilian sector. So when you go to school, you can make anywhere from $1,000 to $6,000 monthly for BAH, depending on where you stay, because they have to make sure that they're giving you enough money to live while you're going to school. So that's going to be based on what market you're in. If you're in California, the market is more expensive, so they're going to pay you more, right? So what I'm saying is, with the $4,500 that I was making at 100%, with the $6K that I was making monthly on my properties, and then with the $2,000 I was making from my school, I was making 6 figures easily without working. And that was my Veterans Wealth blueprint that I discovered. Well, that was the blueprint that I discovered, and I turned it into the Veterans Wealth blueprint. It's a 3-step system. It's pretty simple. But a lot of veterans don't even know how to use the VA loan, much less get education benefits and then get 100% disability, right? So eventually, once I was able to start making money, everything turned around for me. I went from struggling at an 8 to 5 to buying multiple properties. Here's one of them I have on the left, and thriving with my family, as you see here in the middle, and then me being a full-time investor / realtor and Veterans Wealth coach, right? Now, the government is literally giving you money, free money, right? What the rich do is they use what they call OPM. OPM is other people's money, right? It means getting funded, getting money that you don't have, using other people's money to make more money, and then you can pay the people that you use the money from, you can pay that money back, and then you can keep whatever is left over, right? Why would you ever use your own money if you can use other people's money? It's just common sense. We have to get over the fear of large amounts of money. We have to get over the fear of debt, because a lot of people think debt is bad, and it's not your fault. Society has taught us that. But all debt is not bad. Bad debt is bad. Going into debt to take trips is bad debt. But using debt to invest into income producing assets is good debt. So what I did is, yes, I was able to use the VA loan year after year, but I wanted to start buying more properties. I wanted to buy 2 and 3 at a time. So what I did was I used business funding to utilize other people's money to go and scale my business, right? So what I teach is I teach a veteran how to get 100% disability, how to go to school for free, how to get their first investment property, and then how to scale, right? And that's how you create financial stability as a veteran. Now, what 99% of veterans don't know is that the VA loan is no down payment. There is no funding fee as long as you're 10% or more. There's no PMI. There's no property tax at a certain level of service disability. And even your surviving spouses may qualify. A surviving spouse, it means that their spouse died in the line of duty or due to a service-connected disability. There is no loan limit. So you can buy a $20 million house with the VA loan with 0% down, as long as you can pay the bills, as long as you qualify, right? The bank is going to determine if you qualify, but as long as you qualify, you will have to put no money down towards that $1 million house, right? Whatever type of house you want. Now, a lot of people don't know the other 13% of veterans that have used the VA loan, what they don't know is that you can use it multiple times and you can use it for multiple properties. The VA loan have what they call the entitlement. So in Arizona, the entitlement cap is $806,500, right? So as I said before, when you're utilizing the VA loan for the first time and you don't have an active VA loan, there is no loan limit. But once you use the VA loan, then you have to be under what we call the entitlement. So with my first purchase, as I told you before, this is an example, right? Because I wanted to make it pretty easy. But my first purchase was $350,000. But let's just say, for an example, a veteran was to buy a $300,000 house. Now they have roughly $506,500 if there was in Arizona, because Arizona's confirming loan limit is $806,500. So the entitlement cap is based on the confirming loan limit of that area, right? And your entitlement is how much money the government is going to give you to purchase a home, right? And like I said before, Arizona is $806,500. It actually went up this year, but at the time that I made the slide to show, it was $806,500. So if you're in Arizona and you bought your first property as a veteran for $300,000, you still have $506,000 of entitlement that you can use without ever having to refinance this first loan or anything, right? You can still use $506,500 to go purchase another property. So now let's say you buy another property for another $300,000. You're sitting at $600,000 of property, 0% down, and you can go buy another property again with the VA loan. Now, I know it could be confusing, the entitlement and understanding that is no loan limit and then the entitlement. And honestly, at first I was confused. But if you look at it like this, if you don't have an active VA loan, then there's no loan limit. If you do have a VA loan active, then you have to go based on your entitlement cap. Your entitlement cap is going to be based on the confirming loan limit of that area. That area could be, the confirming loan limit could be $2 million. Or like in Arizona, it's $806,500. And this is how you stack properties in one VA loan. Now, let's just say you cap it out. You got 3 properties for $200,000 a piece, or $300,000 a piece, and you maxed out at $806,500. You don't have any more entitlement left. That doesn't mean you can't use the VA loan anymore. All you have to do is basically refinance out of the VA loan to free up your entitlement again, and then now you can go buy another property. Right? So you can refinance into a DSCR, conventional, FHA, whatever loan you want to do, but you have to make sure it's no longer a VA loan attached to that home. And then you re-up on your entitlement and you can use it again. And this is how you use the VA loan year after year after year, and stack your wins, stack your properties so that you can have income producing assets to provide for your family and your legacy that you can pass down into the family trust, like Dr. Watson was saying. So here's the Veterans Wealth Blueprint, right? You want to unlock your VA loan. A lot of veterans don't know about it. So the very first thing is to understand what it is, how you can utilize it, and how powerful it is. The second step is to buy your first property, right? You want to go ahead and get into your first property so that time can start. Once you get into that property, you can either rent room by room while you're living at that property, or you can buy something like a duplex, live in one unit, stay in the other, or you can invest with Base, walk into immediate equity, or buy one of our townhomes and rent out room by room, right? Now, with the combination of the VA disability, your rental income, and going to school, you're going to cash flow and make 6 figures yearly without a job, I promise you. Guaranteed, right? And this is how you leverage and scale. Now, why would you want to work with Base? Working with Base, you're going to have access to trusted VA lender partners. I've done this myself, right? I understand what you need to use when it comes to VA loan. I know all the nuances. There's no fees and no games when it comes to working with Base. You're going to be working directly with me, right? And our lenders work we've used them on plenty of VA loan deals. So they understand the structure and they know how to utilize it and put you in predicament to be able to scale into the future and have a legacy for your family, right? And it's not just about buying a property. It's about building legacy, right? So guidance from people who know the VA inside and out, right? So if you're working with Base, you're working with me. You're going to have direct access to me. I'm 100% disabled, so I can help you get your disability rating to 100% if you deserve it, which more than likely you do, right? And then on top of that, I'll help you utilize your VA benefits to go to school. And not only that, with Base, you're going to be able to get into real estate investing like nobody else is. You're getting lots and land at wholesale price, and you're going to be selling at retail with 0% out of your pocket, because guess what? You're going to be using the VA loan. Everybody else needs a down payment for the construction loan, but you don't. You get to focus on building wealth, not fighting bad deals. You can go try and do it yourself, but there's stumbling blocks that you're going to run into, and it's just part of the game. Working with Base, you're not going to run into bad deals because there's no bad deals with us. We have over 30 years of experience in real estate. So you're walking into a mentorship that matters. It's not just access to loans. It's knowing who to work with so you don't lose money before you even break ground. Before you even start spending money, you want to make sure you make some money, right? Now, how Base plus your VA loan equals guaranteed wins. As they said before through this whole presentation, Base has already laid out that this opportunity is like no other. You're walking into $80,000 to $100,000 in equity. More, everybody else that's not a veteran, they have to have a down payment. But guess what? As a vet, you don't, right? So you're going to get access to this opportunity with no money out of pocket, right? We restructure the deal so you're building equity and cash flow from day one without risking your own money. Veterans have the biggest advantage. You don't need your own cash to start, right? Now, I know some veterans are probably thinking, maybe I don't deserve 100% disability, or I just want to buy one property and work my 8 to 5, right? Some veterans feel like if they never been to war, they don't deserve this. But guess what? When we signed the contract to join the military also signed that same contract and said, if anything in the military happened to you, we're going to pay you for that. We're going to reimburse you for that. And that's what the disability rating is. It's basically proving that, hey, something happened while I was serving under your jurisdiction. And now that I'm in civilian sector, I'm struggling. I have PTSD. I have back problems, etc. So many things for me. But a lot of veterans feel like they don't deserve that if they wasn't in Vietnam when they do. Veterans are the only group of people that feel guilty for using what we've earned, right? If you talk to your friend, you're gonna go call your, after this, you're probably gonna call or text your veteran buddies. And they're gonna say, oh, I'm good. I'm working my job. I'm okay. I don't have any issues, right? Or they're gonna probably be like, oh, they're probably not gonna give me no rating, a disability rating or anything. But at the end of the day, as a service member, we're built to keep pushing. We're not built to say, hey, I need some help. So you're going to have to push the agenda with these vets, with your family members, with your friends. You're going to have to let them know you serve, so you deserve, even if you wasn't in Vietnam, right? Meanwhile, people who served, who didn't even serve, are using the government programs and never even been overseas, never had to been in frontline. Such things like Section 8. Not saying that it's nothing against them. I grew up on Section 8. But if they can use the government income, you should too. Don't be that guy that's homeless or working a dead-end job because they don't want to use their benefits. I met at the last event that we did in Houston, the security guard was like 80-something years old. And this guy had like no disability rating. He had fought in Nam. He had no disability rating, and he was working as a security guard so he can pay his bills. It's too many veterans out there like that. And why? 1, they don't think they deserve disability. 2, they tried and didn't get approved. 3, they just don't understand how to do it. All those issues, send them my way, and I promise you, we'll help them. Your benefits aren't handouts. You deserve, so you serve. You serve, so you deserve. Now, what I have developed is a Veterans Wealth Blueprint. And in my coaching, you're going to get weekly coaching, training calls, VA loan course materials, access to private communities and investors, group training, strategy calls, weekly sessions, right? So I developed Serve to Soul, and SOUL stands for Service Opportunity Leadership Development. I developed this so people can join into a community that not only are they with like-minded individuals, but they're with other veterans. And they're getting led by a vet like myself, right? And like I said before, in this actual group or in this community, they're going to get weekly coaching calls, VA loan course material to break down the VA loan, the entitlement, and everything that they have access to, right? Private community of investors, group trainings, etc. They're going to get downloadable contracts, leases, checklists, ebooks, calculators, disability rating help, business formation, guides, the whole nine. They're going to get custom deal findings and strategy sessions, my personal network, deal reviews, and offer breakdowns. They're going to get lifetime access to the Veterans Wealth Blueprint community. Now, in my system, I charge $397 for one strategy session. To enter in the community, I charge you $1,197. But if you're on this chat, or if you take a picture of this QR code, send it to their veteran, they're going to get direct access to my community for free. And they're going to be able to ask me any question they have. They're going to be able to talk to me and figure out what's going to work best for them to move forward with me as well as BASE, right? So like I said before, if you know a veteran or you are a veteran, please scan the code, get with me so I can show you how to maximize your benefits so you don't have to end up 90, 80 years old working as security guard with no disability rating, right? It didn't make sense. That's my spiel. I'm always less than 30 minutes, but hopefully I was able to, if I don't leave with anything, I just want you guys to know that a lot of veterans are going to be strong-minded and they're going to think they don't need help. We're just built that way. So you're going to have to push the agenda. And at the end of the day, you don't have to pressure them. Just send them the code, have them give me a call. And this code is going to actually this code is access to my free course. So it's going to ask you for a name, email, and phone number. In that, this free course I created is going to break down everything I just said in depth. So please get them to this code. Other than that, that's all I have for you guys. If you have any questions, I guess you can just leave them in the chat.
Absolutely beautiful, man. Y'all give it up, man, for Mr. Jarvis Witherspoon. Wasn't that valuable information, man, for you guys to be able to grab on to, man? Again, man, we appreciate you, brother. We appreciate you as always, man. Killed it. Like that stuff with veterans is a big deal. You know what I'm saying? To be able to use these entitlements and put yourself in a position. Hope you guys scan that QR code. We're gonna wrap this up here in just a second, and we're gonna bring all the speakers back up that's still in. To be able to do a little bit of a wrap up in the Q&A. So I hope you guys enjoyed that and you was able to take a lot away. I was looking at a lot of information in the chat. And so look like you guys have been able to, catch on of the different divisions and how much the personnel is key to be able to build a amazing organization. You need people who know different things, guys. You know, not all of us know everything specifically, but together we got it all covered, right? So we're going to have a quick commercial real quick for those who came in late that haven't seen the BASE project as a whole. I'm going to give you a couple of updates on things and we're going to bring everybody up. And we'll be out of here, guys, in about 15, 20 minutes. All right. So again, before we go into the commercial break real quick, if thank you, Doug Evans in there. And so, Mr. Bilbo, if you could post a link one more time, free community for you guys that came on a little later. We do have a free community that we open up online for about 10,000 people to be able to come in to be able to get information on a regular basis from BASE about real estate, right, guys? So you could look at that in the chat, click that link, put in your little basic demographic information, and then from there, thank you, it's right there in the chat. So I've seen a couple people clicking in while we've been on the call. But go ahead and do that. And so you can get inside the community, get all the updates, and we'll be able to get you the resources that you need so that you can have exactly what you need to be able to grow your business. All right, so we'll be right back in about 60 seconds. We're going to show you guys real quick for those who didn't see phase one in Lower Coffee in Houston, where we took about 2 acres and subdivided that property into 30 individual lots. This is already sold out, phase one, but the community comes together. When we do these events live, we go on a field trip every Sunday. And we show the property and let everybody be able to touch the dirt and really get an essence of what it feels like to actually build a subdivision, to have a lot that is your own. Again, the key is ownership. You own the lot. Base doesn't own the lot, right? So you put your deposit to it, the $25,000 to secure your lot. The base team takes care of all the soft costs and all the development that's necessary to make sure that that projects get done. And then you get assigned your address to be able to take to your construction lender to be able to get your construction loan, and then your property goes vertical. So we're going to come back after this commercial and talk about the Project 100, and if you're interested how you could participate. But let's show you the dirt real quick so you can see what it looks like. So phase one was 30, phase two was another 16, and now phase three is open, was 24 lots, and 20 is available right now. If you want to partner and JV on the deal, you can. So let's show you what this looks like in real time when Base does a project. All right, stay tuned.
Welcome to the Base Bros.
We are back at it again, man, like we never left. Hey, listen, we appreciate you guys coming out real quick, being to see our beautiful property right here. Bilbo and Sloan, to say, hey, congratulations, Mr. Bilbo.
Congratulations, man.
How
does it feel to have your own subdivision?
It feels amazing.
Absolutely,
Hey,
absolutely.
listen, our goal is to build our syndicate where you could do the same thing. 30 lots subdivided for everybody in our community to stack wins together, man. Hope you enjoy. Look around. The next light's going to be on you.
Make sure you get in.
Base to $1 billion, baby. Let's get it. Base to $1 billion! All right. All right, family, we are back. Again, this is Agent Dynamite Sloan, the other side of Base, Bilbo and Sloan Enterprises, guys. And this has been a great workshop today. I hope you've been able to enjoy yourself. I hope you got a lot of information. I got a couple calls for, one of my mentors. He just called me throughout the break and said he absolutely enjoyed it. Been in real estate for about 40 years, and he loved the project, and he loved the offer. To all the speakers, he gave you guys a big heads up and shout out and said you did an amazing job delivering the information in a simplistic way, right? And so, a person been in this industry for 40 years, like, I take his opinion about things seriously, and especially from a real estate space. And man, guys, he enjoyed it. So for all you guys that's new, that you saw this for the first time, hope you had some great takeaways. So I want to end this up as we wrap things up. Let's talk about the projects for a minute, and then I'm gonna close out with some information about how you can get yourself in position. If anything that you saw today you thought was valuable and you want to participate, let's talk about it. So again, when Base does a project, being in the Base community gives you first rights of refusal. So that means that anytime we have an opportunity for investment, you can actually participate. So we buy a piece of dirt. We take it through our process and our system to get it replatted. We already have the site plans. The plan is already outlined and approved with the city of Houston that we can build this anywhere in the city. So we identify the dirt, subdivide it, and then we make it available to the community. So if you're in the community, you get the first rights before anyone's outside of it. The Base community is the only people that can participate on a Base opportunity. Does that make sense? And so you actually be able to put your $25,000 deposit to it, secure your lot, go through the mentorship, learn, talk with the lenders, make sure you got your funding. If you need funding, no problem. We can do the 0% interest cards on the credit cards under your business, or get a line of credit, or whatever you might be able to need, to be able to. Okay, it faded me out for a second. Okay, whatever you might need to secure your capital, we make sure you do things in the name of business, right? So you get your funding, you get yourself in position, and let's begin to build, because our goal is to help you get assets under your portfolio, right? So Project 100 again is 100 affordable houses that you're going to build at about a 160 to 170, 160 to 170,000. So what that means on the back end, you got about 120 grand in profit margin, right? Minus and backing out your costs and so forth. You're walking away with a 6-figure return. No, so the reality of it is, if it took you 6 to 9 months, right, to build out a new property and walk away with a 6-figure return profit wise, is that worth it? On top of the education that you learn, on top of the relationships that you make, right? And even if you're an individual, you say, well, listen, this is my first time doing it. I want to partner with someone to do it. The base community is open. We've put together so many different people from across the country that never met each other before, but they're all physically, right? But they're all in the base community. So the trust and respect is already there, and we're going through the same program. We've seen people get one for themselves and partner with somebody else for the second one, right? Because there's a maximum of 10% based on what the inventory is at that time. So you get a chance to partner with an individual, if you so choose to, that you could take a property down that way. Doing all things in the name of business. Again, that process could be something that you sell it straight out. Base always, we always open it up for first right to refusal to come back to the company. We're open to purchasing the property back. If you decide that you want to sell out, and we always keep 20% of the properties, we don't mind buying it back. If we don't buy it as a company, we're open 100% that somebody in the community can buy it back from you, right? And if the worst case scenario after that, then if no one gets it from you, then you could put it on the market, right? But we have a community who already is maxed out, right? Some people are maxed out in one subdivision that they couldn't buy anymore, who wanted an extra one. So you have a nice cushion right there of being able to get an extra strategy. Or if you're going to do the cash out refi, take 80% out, leave 20% in the property for appreciation, allow that to continue to grow, right? And you got your money put back in your pocket. So these are the things that we're doing. So right now, if you're interested in partnering, reach back out to Mr. Bilbo or myself, or, if you was invited by Brooks and Davis or Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Watson, Miss Bilbo, whoever invites you to the call, you can reach back out and say, listen, I want to get on a deal, because I assure you, those 20 lots in phase 3 won't last 30 days. You know what I mean? The last one we did closed out in about 6 weeks. And so you're talking about not even the shovel in the dirt yet, and these properties are absolutely moving. So you guys, if you want to get inside that opportunity, please, ma'am, please, sir, move now and doing so, because we would love to work with you, right? You also seen in this presentation today, in this workshop, we talked about the Prairie View deal, right? So the Legacy Loft will be open up here shortly. You're talking about another 2 or 3 weeks max that syndication will be wide open. You're talking about $100,000 minimum investment to be a part of that IOR deal, SEC approved syndication that will raise $30 million. So I want you to be clear about this, that the Legacy Loft itself is a one-of-a-kind situation. Base has absolutely exclusivity on all partnerships, from mass timber to every relationship dealing with the lighting, every relationship dealing with the project management. We have the #1 project manager in the country for student housing that has an exclusive relationship with Base, right? To be able to make sure that these assets are taken care of. Institutional lenders love student dormitory because of the retention. So if you want to get inside an investment that you can make sure it has upward growth, safety, security, transparency, backed by asset, obviously student housing, that's a $115 million facility that we're building. 30% of that deal will be a joint venture that you could partner with. If that's something that's valuable to you, if you're a person that likes to do commercial real estate and you like to invest in situations that you can grow inside that deal and have a nice ROR on your money and still add something of commercial to your portfolio, this could be a good option. 100% secure platform that you'll be able to go through your MOUs, read your disclaimers, and put that forth. We already have we just had a conversation with a family office the other day who's waiting for that to open. NFL athletes who went through these different HBCU universities who want to be a part of this project, right? So guys, we got to understand, real estate is one of those things that's one of the sexiest, savviest things in business is real estate. Most people just don't know who to work with. And so Base has built an amazing reputation with great companies and individuals around the country who see this project, who understand the need in the marketplace, who also understand the profitability. So you have first rights of refusal. You're hearing it from us first. If there's something that you want to participate in about 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have an opportunity to participate in the Legacy Loft, right? And so if that's something that you're interested in, guys, we presented that offer earlier. I'm telling you again, you can go to the website right there that's going against the tick on the bottom, basedevelopmentprojects.com, and just take a look around and see what we've done already, right? Put your eyes on it. Again, if you're seeing this live right now or you're catching it on the replay, The opportunities are there for you to participate if you want to do something major, right? So I'm gonna wrap up and say a couple of different things, and then we want to bring up the speakers from backstage and open it up for some Q&A. Yep. And so we at 4:05. And so one thing I want everybody to understand, that I want you to walk away from this call, is that business structure is so important. You know, we've been taught to do a lot of things in our social security number. And in reality, in this country, that's not the way to do business. You also always should do things in the name of business. Liability is key. You know what I'm saying? Just like making money is something that we push for. Everybody wants to have cash flow. But I'm telling you, the more you grow in your business, the more you're going to understand that liability protection is just as important. You know what I'm saying? Cash flow is great, but the more mature you understand in assets and development, you understand that protecting your assets from liabilities is key. Tax structures are absolutely key. So please, man, please, sir, take time to get that one-on-one consultation, right? We'll sit down with you. We'll give you a 15-minute consultation. We'll look at you, look at your structure and see what direction to go. No problem, right? We do that for the community all the time, right? So again, if you want that one-on-one, let's do it. If you have it, great. But business structure is so key to make sure as you grow in your journey of being an entrepreneur that you can keep the money, right? You know what I'm saying? We all want to make the money, but how many entertainers, athletes, and everything else you've heard of horror stories that they lost the money? They didn't lose the money because they wanted to lose the money. They lost the money because they didn't do the important steps of protecting the money. So as Mr. Watson was getting into those irrevocable trust structures and how to be able to have leverage while you're alive, as well as when you transition, these are the type of conversations that we want to have, right? That structure is important to be able to get your lending, right? To make sure when you take your portfolio and you put your business in front of a lender using your personal credit, that they'll give you money. They'll give you the 50,000 or the 100,000 to do your business, right? You only need 50 grand to do one base property from start to finish, 25,000 on the front end, 25,000 on the back end, just to do your construction loan and your holding costs. And then you got a 6-figure return. You give the bank back their $50,000. Your line of credit goes back renewed to 100%. You've increased your relationship with that bank. And now you're in a position to rinse and repeat. Let me ask you a question. How many of you guys right now have 5 friends that you can go ask for 25,000 from and you can have it in 2 weeks? Just 5. Just 5 and say, listen, I'm about to do a project. I just need you to wire me 25,000 for about 6 months. And they just send it to you with no issue, right? You could be a great person. You're a great friend. Most people are just not in position to do it. Not because they don't like you. They just not in a position. They love you. They're your friend. See, this is why we understand that setting up business relationships and financial relationships are so key, because you could send your application over to 5 banks and create a financial relationship and get 25,000 from all of them, right? In absolutely 2 weeks. You can send over to Chase, Wells Fargo, some local credit unions. You follow me? You know, PenFed, US Bank, and so many institutions out here that will give you that $25,000 for 6 to 18 months with 0% interest for you to do a deal. Now, the whole goal for you is to have deal flow. And that's what Base is amazing at. We have great deal flow, right? So if you have the capital and we have the deal flow, the lender gives you the money, you leverage their money, OPM, to be able to do your deal. And once you do your deal, you replenish that relationship, and now you rinse and repeat. You follow me? This is doing business the correct way on a high level. And this is what we want to teach you, right? We want to teach you how to leverage that business to go get that capital. We want to teach you how to use that business to build your relationship. And now once you have a portfolio, you could do something that very wise investors do. Now they leverage their portfolio, you follow me, to be able to get more capital. This is why doing properties where you do a property and you take the cash out, but you hold the property is so key. With that 20% of equity in there that continues to appreciate, now you can go back to a lender after your first house that you did free. All you did was leverage your credit, right? You leverage your credit, you got it, you manage it as an adult, and a smart investor will. You made right on your word with your investor, your financial institution. You got a property, you leverage the first property if you need to do the second one. You rinse and repeat. If you did one property a year, and you made an extra 6 figures every single year, would that be of great value for your family? Not quitting your day job, not walking away from your business, just properly using your capital the way that you should, properly understanding how to structure your company, that you could do everything in the name of business. Now you have free money that you can manage to build a portfolio that now you're living off the residuals of the portfolio and not your day job. not your day business, right? Your portfolio itself is giving you the residual income that you need to maintain your lifestyle. Why is retirement so important? I remember coming up in the financial space, and we used to hear people talk about all the time, what's going to be your financial independence number? What's your financial independence? And I always just say when I first got like, what is a financial independence number, right? Do you guys know? You ever heard of it before? Some of you maybe, some of maybe not. Your financial independence number is what number do you need to have already saved and set aside that you can live off of that for the next 20 years, because that's retirement. People work from age 25 to 65 to retire at 65 to die at 85. You know what I'm saying? The mortality number for most individuals is dying less than 85 years old, which we want to live longer than that, right? But let's talk facts and statistics in this country. Most people operate under the 40-40-40 rule, right? Where they're going to work 40 years of their life, right? From 25 to 65 for 40 hours a week. You know what I'm saying? To retire off of 40% of the income that they couldn't live 100% off anyway. You understand me? And they take that pension and they live off of that check that come in from their job. But most companies don't do pensions anymore. Now you have a 401k. So your responsibility is put on your shoulders now for you to be able to set up your own retirement. That's why these conversations are so critical and important. This is not a conversation to brush off like that was cute or that was good. No, you need to know, what is your financial independence number? See, our grandparents had pensions. They'll work for a company for 40 years because they knew they had a pension that they'd take care when they got older. That went away because there was too much of a financial responsibility for a company to do that for a whole, list of employees. It was putting them in the hole. So they did the 401k. If you put up 3%, I'll put up 3% and we'll match it. You guys ever heard of the matching program, right? It migrated to that. So what did it do? It put the responsibility on you. Now you got to understand how to diversify the portfolio, what stocks and mutual funds is inside of your deal for you to retire. You understand? Now it's on you, right? So companies shifted from being it on them to it's on you to make sure. And then if you don't save, they're not matching. So it's still on you. So I got free labor out of you and you retired at 65 and you still don't have no money. You see what I'm saying? Now it's Social Security and you're relying on government. See, everything became relying on other people. What we're saying is smart investors that you need to know your financial independence number and how do you retire off of you. If you do one property a year and you have that residual income building up, now you've created your own pension. You see where I'm going with this? You created your own retirement. Now you know how much money you can live off of, but guess what? You don't have to be 65 to do that. If it costs you $5,000 to live right now, you already know that. So you should be reverse engineering that concept and say, I need to build me a model that I can have $5,000 coming in, whether I work or not, whether I do a deal or not. This is why real estate is so important. Because you could do deals, you could put that money to the side and let the interest accrue. And then you can live off the interest of the money, not the money itself. You can let the properties appreciate and you can live off the rent roll of the properties, right? While the property values still continue to go up. Does this make sense to you? See, this is the concept that I want you guys to be in the mindset of. How do I become a smart investor to leverage the bank's money for free, to use their money responsibly, to be able to grow a portfolio that I can live off of? And now I know my financial independence number. I can live off of this comfortably for the rest of my life. You see me? And this is the information that we want you guys to understand and know. So this not just a real estate workshop just to talk about how to get a house. That's great. But what's the bigger picture? The bigger picture is you living a long life comfortably. Hello. You know what I'm saying? That's the real picture. For you to live a long life comfortably, where you can focus on your health, you can focus on your children and your family, and your wealth is set up properly, where it's structured correctly to get the money, it's structured correctly to keep the money, and the money can take care of you versus you working your whole life for the money. This is what we do as smart investors. We understand leverage and we understand how to put ourselves in position. So as you becoming a part of the base community, these are the things that we want to share with you on a regular basis of how to structure, how to use strategy, how to be smart about it, how to collaborate, how to bring it together. Understand you ain't got to do it on your own. If you partner with a group of individuals, right, whether it's in your family or out of your family, right, we created our own family because a lot of us don't have a lot of these conversations in our own household or at the dinner table or at Thanksgiving. You understand? Let's just be real. These conversations ain't going on a regular basis. You know what I mean? But we could come here inside the base community and just chop it up and say, listen, how do we do something serious with our life? So we're so grateful, right, to be in a position that we've created Deal Flow. We're just so grateful to be in a situation that we've created a safe place right? For individuals to come to get the knowledge and information. We're not trying to do it for you. We're here to do it with you. Our goal is to do it together. That as a community, we can sharpen one another and we can grow with one another. And that's why we say you're safe. When you look at the Base logo, and it always say you're safe. You're safe with Base because we're a community who care about it because we have family, children, and we're doing this every single day. So I just want to close out this conversation with you guys of understanding why structure is so important and how the Base resources are here to be able to support you. We do this event free of charge from the top part of our heart. I always say the top, not the bottom, because the bottom is the small spot, right? The bottom of my heart, that's the little piece. We do this from the top of our heart, right? From the big space, right? The big part of that heart, right? Because we want to give back, because this deal is about legacy, right? It's all about purpose, and everyone has some value that you could bring to the table. So we invite you to come participate with us, join the free community, come in, iron sharpen iron. Let's talk about if you're a realtor, if you're an engineer, your architect, if you got some value you want to bring to it, the doors is open to be able to do so, right? You know, we're going to have another event that's going to be coming up in Houston. We're going to looking at the March 14th or the 21st. All right, now that this weather's kind of clearing up, we're going to go back to doing one live, but we could not miss this opportunity to talk to you guys today. You know what I'm saying? And so we want to make sure we stay consistent on what we do, which is bring value to the community. So again, we thank all the speakers who came forth for Mr. Davis. You know, we thank you, Mr. Watson, Ms. Todd Bilbo, Tara Bilbo, you know, Jarvis. Thank you so much for everybody that participated, that took time out of your day to pour into people. And we thank all you guys who listen in, whether you hear live or, you know, you hear on the replay. We appreciate you for investing into yourself, right? Because this information, a seed was planted. You could take that seed and it can grow to something greater than anything that we're doing in this current season. But it's only because you took time to let that seed be planted and watered. And so, guys, we'll do this event live. As I said, look out for that information and just stay connected to the source, right? So we'll be able to catch up here soon and be able to continue to grow. We're going to bring all the speakers back up. So, again, go to the site. If you want to set up a consultation with us, you can. We'll sit down and talk with you. And again, if you want to participate with us, the doors is open, right, for the 20 lots on Lower Copy to be able to move inside of that deal right now in phase 3. And God is good, man. So we got about 60 days and phase 1 is going to be going vertical. And I promise you, this conversation is going to be totally different when we say what's available, because the waiting list is already getting long and the signs ain't went up yet. So you heard this first, guys. Let's move on. All right. So that's my segment. I just want to close you guys out on just understanding the strategy of how to structure and why it's so important. What is your financial independence number? How much money do you need to have in reserve to live comfortably? You should be focusing on building that plan out, reverse engineering it, that in the next 5 years, you could do this over the next 5 years. It ain't got to be 20 and 30 years like our grandparents did. You could do this right in the next 3 to 5 years and live off of it for a lifetime for your children's children, man. So peace and blessing to you all. Hope you guys took something great away from that. All right. And so we're going to bring up all of our speakers. Mr. Bilbo, there you go. Got him up there. Mr. Witherspoon, got him up there. All
Yes,
right,
sir.
there you go. Mr. Watson, got him up
Yeah,
there.
I'm here. I'm still here.
All right, got him. And where Miss Todd Bilbo at? Where's the ladies of the group? If she want to hop on, or if she
might have to come in here with me,
or she gonna stand beside her husband. That's what I'm talking about. Just stand beside your man, baby. Stand beside your man. All right, that is beautiful, beautiful. All right, and all right, Mike had to run. Okay, all right. So we got 5 of the 6. There she go. There she go, the lady of the hour. All right, so we're gonna open this up for Q&A. So yeah, somebody said everything in the name of business. Absolutely. Let's do everything in the name of business. All right. So if any questions in the chat, if you guys want to go ahead and chime in, you can do so. Oh, before we do that, you see that? Hey, Watson, you ain't got this one yet, brother.
No, I don't have that one.
You see
you
that?
ain't got one of these.
You ain't got one of these yet, brother.
Yeah, you can throw up my shared screen. I have the
QR code.
The QR code on there, and it's a special gift for everybody that came to the event.
Watson had that thing sitting for 30 minutes. He said, "I ain't gonna be looking for this, man. I got this ready to go." There it is.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a special download of the book. It's a easy read. You can download it, but I would buy it. I would buy it it's like $9 at Amazon, but this is a special digital copy that you can download.
Beautiful. Make sure you guys grab that. I scanned that deal before, and that's a great download read to read on the plane or sitting there drinking coffee in the morning or whatever, man, before your nightcap. That's a great read. That is a great read. So we got a question that was in here. Let me scroll up. One of the brothers said he had put a question in here for Mr. Chris. Let me find it. I read that question already.
I didn't.
I put a question, Chris, earlier. If y'all can see it,
I saw it flash. I couldn't read it though.
No, that was me flashing his comment. I'm trying
okay.
to find his question for us now. Let me just scroll up.
What was the comment?
Yeah, I'm looking for his comment now.
No.
Let me see, brother Montreal. If you want to post a comment again, oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, I said, do trust need to be created by only one member of the family? For example, my father creates one and I take over it, or should I create one as well?
So in a trust, there's one grantor, okay, and that person that starts the trust, that's one grantor. There's only one grantor. They can when you take over, you basically become the trustee of the trust or the trust protector. And that's all those instructions are built in the trust. So the trust maintains its wholeness forever, but the trustee and the trust protector and the beneficiaries are the ones that change out.
Okay. All right, brother. Okay, my dear brother. Hope you got that. He had one more question added on to that. He's saying, and do I include or add all my personal assets into the trust?
That's a two-sided question. One is that, any assets that you want to keep in the family forever? Yes, absolutely. Right. Your private home, your residence that you live in, two things for that. One is, and it depends on the kind of things you're trying to accomplish. For example, your home, your personal home that you live in is already protected from liability in Texas anyway. They can't take your home in terms of for a liability. However, that the value of that home is in your estate. So, if you needed long-term care, Medicare and Medicaid will pay for that care as long as your estate is not worth $2,000. Right. So the value of that home goes towards your estate. And so it may knock you out of getting, a Medicaid. Right. And then if they do provide Medicaid, they're gonna confiscate that property to recoup. The state is going to recoup that property. So in that instance, it's good to have it out of your estate. Now, one caveat to that is they determine for Medicare and Medicaid, they determine your eligibility of by your wealth 5 years ago. So they have a 5-year look back. Right. So when someone says, when is the best time to get a trust? The best time is 5 years ago. So because if you come to a point where you're incapacitated, where you have a stroke or anything like that, and you need long-term care, you're going to deplete your entire estate to pay for that. Or the government will pay for it as long as you're not worth $2,000 5 years ago. Does that make sense? So, like I said, it depends on every. No two trusts are the same. They are always different depending on what you're trying to accomplish and what you're trying to protect.
Man, that's great information right there, man. So whatever you was worth 5 years ago, what they say, a day late and $1 short. Man, that sounds like 5 years late. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He's trying to put that structure together. No, that's great information to know how to put those assets in there. Because again, you want to separate yourself from liability, but understanding how the state look at these assets the same way from what you need. So in that caveat, to add what Chris is saying, then you need to be looking at what type of policies are you putting in play for yourself that has living benefits. Would you agree with that, Watson? Like you need to have some insurance policies, even with your IULs, that have living benefits attached to it, where if you're in that situation, you have some benefits that could take care of that.
Absolutely. That's another living benefit of, people always think of life insurance as death insurance because all the benefits come at death. However, if you have the right policy, right plan, you have a bunch of life living benefits as well.
Absolutely, man. Don't get no better, man. That's just some more sauce right there. All right. So another question, Mr. Chris. I told you get some Q&A on the back end, Watson. I knew they was bubbling over there. Mr. Chris, should we cancel our commercial life insurance policy and build our trust with a specific company?
Okay. Well, when you say a commercial life insurance company, life insurance policy, don't know what you really mean by that. But if it's a policy where your job has given your life insurance, you've gotten it at work. Two things with that. One, when you leave that work, or if you happen to leave at work, that's not your policy. That's the church. I mean, that's the company's policy.
That's the church policy.
Messing up the church people money.
Church money, yeah.
Church normal policy,
right? So you always need.
She got a Primerica policy. So she's saying from a personal standpoint. Okay, I see what she's saying. With her Primerica policy, well, can't she just do a transfer of ownership and transfer the ownership of the policy where the trust now owns it versus the individual? So you don't have to cancel it. You just transfer the ownership.
Yeah, you transfer you make the trust the beneficiary.
But there you go.
Now with that though, in order to kind of take full advantage of the strategy, it has to be the right design policy. A term policy is not really for this. A term policy only has death benefits, doesn't have the life benefits, right? And so it's not useful for banking for a family bank, and it's not useful for living benefits and things like that. So if it's a term policy, you can keep that term policy, but I would get another policy designed for the Rockefeller Waterfall strategy.
Yeah, that's a good answer. A lot of people who have term policies, it don't have no. That's also what make it cheaper because there's no cash value accumulation, but it's only good for death.
Only good for death.
That's it. You know what I'm saying? So it's as cheap as it is, so they giving you more face value because you're only paying for one thing, right? And that's why people gravitate to it. But there's no living benefits off of that deal. You got to die to benefit from it. And so to answer your question, no, you don't have to cancel the policy. I guess that's the answer to your question. But your trust can be the beneficiary to pay into it, but then that plays into the estate planning, right? Of how those funds and allocation with those trust babies going to be put together. So that's definitely a deeper conversation. But the answer, don't cancel it. Mm-hmm. Don't cancel. But you need to start a new one. We need to start a new one and put that in position. Absolutely. That's what you need to do. Yep. And so the sister, make sure you hit the link so you can get inside the community. What's the name? Woman in the Boardroom TV. Billboard, you know who that is?
I don't.
Okay, put your name in there and just go to the link so we can set up a one-on-one call with you. And go to the link right here and set up. Go in and put your information in so we can set up a one-on-one call, and let's see how we need to get you properly structured. Let's get some structure going.
Yeah, trying to tell you that's our cousin.
Oh, hey, cuz. Hey, was that the one that came to the meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
her husband is a veteran as well.
I remember he had came. They were sitting at the back. Yeah. I remember the sister. Okay, she enjoyed the veteran conversation with Jarvis at the last meeting. Thank you, understood, Shante. Okay, cousin. All right. So anybody else? Great question, guys. That's what it's all about. I hope you guys got a lot of value out of this today. It's been a lot of good things spoken of that can help you grow in your deal. A lot. And so we're coming up on 4 Oh, 4 hours and 27 minutes in. So we want to wrap up in 3 minutes. So we're going to open up the floor if you guys have any other questions. If not, let's do a round robin real quick from the speakers. If you guys want to have any closing remarks, we'll go ladies first because Miss Todd Billboard, lady of base, we're going to go ladies first. And Mr. Billboard, we love you. You guys slide to the side for a second. You see Miss Todd Billboard in the camera. Did a great job, Todd. We appreciate you. So if you want to have a quick 30-second wrap up for the day.
Yes, just everybody listening now and listening to the replay is just get in, get your spot, learn, earn while you learn. Basically, that's it. Don't wait and try to be perfect and try to have everything all together. We're here to help you put everything together, your LLC, your EIN, to get you structured and to get you funding. So don't wait. That's all I have to say.
All right, well, thank you for what you had to say in 30 seconds. We appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna go to our director over here from Veterans. Did a great job. Always have a major takeaway from what you have to say. So, Mr. Witherspoon, we got 30 seconds to close out with the people. What would you like to tell them?
Man, it's a great team to be a part of. Years and years, decades of experience. If you feel overwhelmed, it's okay. Just understand that if you're a veteran or if you know a vet that could take advantage of this, go ahead and lock in with us, and we're going to get you to the finish line. You always say for base, you serve, so you deserve. And don't major in the minors. Major in the major things. A lot of people they major in the minor things in life, but we want to major in the major things in life. And this is something major. So quit thinking about the little stuff and focus on the major things.
Boy, that's a great rapper. That boy got all the cliches. Don't make it.
I'm trying to tell you.
The boy got to serve. You serve, so you deserve. You know what I'm saying? Boy got all the cliches out here.
I tell you, a duck can pull a truck. You know what I mean?
We got to all right, so we're gonna come over to Attorney Watson. Great job today, sir. We appreciate your time, Doc. If you got your 30-second wrap up, what would you like to tell the people from today?
Oh, well, I think I said everything I could say, but hey, I think the most valuable thing I can do for you today is give you this book that's on the screen right now, because I believe it's the most powerful thing, financial reading for your future and for your generational future. So, and once you read that short book, but once you read that short read, you like, wow, this is how they do it. And this is it's not pie in the sky kind of stuff. It is definitely real, where your generation, your next generation is going to be, tens of millions of dollars, not for real. And this is how they do it. So, so I thank y'all for having me again. And I look forward to and this was kind of rough on me because I'm used to kind of interaction, but
he performs better in person.
Yeah. But I look forward to the in-persons again.
Absolutely. We appreciate you, brother. All right, so we're gonna move over. We're gonna move over real quick, and so we're gonna take Brother Witherspoon backstage. Stick with me real quick. Brother Witherspoon, we're gonna take Brother Watson backstage. Stick with me real quick, and we are back to the Base Bros. Mr. Bilbo,
Mr. Sloan,
how are you feeling, sir?
I'm good, man. Another great one. Y'all really don't understand what y'all really witnessing. I don't know if y'all get it. You know what I'm saying? It's such a pleasure to work with my brother, man. Like I told him, we sit back and look at the things that we've done, the things that we've accomplished over a short period of time. We were talking about the other day, I think we have the best business partner in the game. We're going to call him Little Baby Jesus. We got that in the middle of everything that we're doing.
Absolutely.
But how much we've been able to accomplish with just two people put their head together, man, and be on the same page and execute. At the end of the day, execute, get to the finish line, and that's what we want to help everybody do, man. So it's been amazing. It's been amazing.
Yeah, I can't agree with you, man. It's that 3-string chord. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have two. You know what I'm saying? I would say one is cool. You know what I mean? Two makes it a little stronger, but it's that third string to make it a rope. You know what I mean? And that's where that strength comes from, right? So we always thank God for what He allowed us to do. We always say allow, right? Because you don't do anything unless God allow us to happen. You know what I'm saying? And so for us to be in this position, that this is what He allowed. And so the stewardship of this is very, very important to us, to bring value to the community, to make good, sound decisions is very important, right? And taking time and patience to understand everybody got to run at their own race. You know what I'm saying? Your own pace through your race. Like everybody race is different. Your speed is different. There's nothing to compare to. There's nothing to label yourself as, you know what I'm saying? You know, they say it take 20 years to be an overnight success. You know what I'm saying? So no matter how old you are, you know what I mean? Everybody, or even how successful you are, right? Everybody had to go through the bumps and bruises in business. And I just like to be real and transparent with that everybody in business who made it went through there to get there. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about the community and environment, right? You know, what kind of environments are you in that's supportive, you know, pouring positivity on you, you know what I'm saying? Making sure your thought process is correct, you know, building your self-esteem and belief up to understand you can do it. It's okay to fail. You know what I'm saying? I tell my kids that all the time, like, never be afraid to fail. I'm never going to be mad at you if you fail. I'm only upset with you if you don't give your best.
All right.
And that's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you give your best in life and business, I feel like your probability of success is going to be higher. It's not that you always got to do it perfect, right? You know what I mean? Or, you know, it goes your way, but can you be resilient? You see what I'm saying? And so these are the things that I think is very important in business that we just try to bring to the table. Everybody understand it's okay to be human, right? You know, we just want to give the resources. So the resources is not the reason why you're not hitting the targets. You follow me? Let's get the resources. Let's get the knowledge out the way. And now the application comes from daily getting better, the reading, the praying, the mentorship. Now it's all mindset stuff. It's no longer resources, it's mindset.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. And so, yeah, as bro said, I think this is just a beautiful thing, man. So I appreciate my brother, man, for everything that he do, you know, boots on the ground, him in Houston, to make sure everybody, the field trip, the demo get done, you know, everything needs to be happening to make sure the project moves along. And so I feel like I got two great partners, you know, to be able to work with Base. I got the good Lord and I got Terrell Bilbo, you know what I'm saying, to be able to make this deal happen, bro. So I appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, man. So I just believe that, you know, where we are right now, like he said, man, we want to take the excuses out of the game. And at the end of the day, it's gonna lay right in your lap. What you do with it is what you do with it. You know, God gave it to us to say, hey, man, go share this. And we've done our job. We've done our part. You know, at the end of the day is about what you choose to do with the decisions that you make, and, you know, in the life that you say you want. You know, you can stay in that same thing and do the life that, you know, you've been having, or you can say, man, it's time for me to put down one thing that I know hasn't worked for me and picked up something new that might work for me, you know, and that's all it's about. And then, you know, if you continue to be consistent day by day, one brick a day, 1% better, I'm telling y'all, man, the compound effect is real. You know, you're not going to get this. Like, I'm in the gym now, and sometimes I be like, damn, I'm not doing nothing. You know, and then some days I see it, you know, but the body that you want, the mind that you want, the finances that you want, none of that is built overnight. None of it is. If anybody tells you they can turn you into a genie in a minute, like, they're lying to you. Like, you want to go through the process, and that's the biggest thing. So one of my favorite quotes is if the journey is the goal. If the journey is the goal, then you're having instant success, because that's what it's about. Is going through the journey. The things that you learn on the way is what makes you who you're supposed to be, right? So that's what it's all about, man. Like, he talked about the losses. I could tell you about the losses, and some people would be like, man, I thank God for them, right?
Absolutely.
Because it puts me in a position to stand where most people will never sit. I've lost more money than you've probably made in your lifetime. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that's what specifically qualifies for me to tell you shit happens. You know what I mean? And you can get
that's what they mean when they say you paid the price. You know what I'm saying? Hey, my grandmother called that a bought lesson. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You paid for that lesson.
You paid for it.
But to that point, that's where the wisdom comes in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, knowledge is great, but wisdom comes from experience.
Yeah.
And so, like, when, you know, at the age we are now in the game, you know what I'm saying? Like, the wisdom of it comes from the lessons. You know what I mean? So it ain't losses, they're lessons, right? Yeah. And lessons turn into blessings. And so we understand how we grew and matured in this space. That's the beauty of coming together to build what this is today, bro. So ain't no losses, they lessons. And that's why this community is so blessed today. You know what I mean? When you look at over a span, when you look at a span of over 12 months, Base has, you know, acquired, what is it at this point? Shit, I lose count. $5-6 million worth of dirt value by itself. You know what I'm saying? That, you know what I mean? Just the value of that one project on Lower Coppiam, you're talking about $30 million of gross real estate. You know what I'm saying? Of to be able to share with a community at 45% at $12.5 million. That's the power of coming together. You know what I'm saying? You know, when I look at that deal like Jonas, like, you know what I'm saying? You ain't want to listen. All right, cool. You know what I'm saying? And when you listen, you accomplish the journey that fast. You know what I'm saying? And that's the blessing of it. So, you know, we spiritual men, so y'all got to forgive us, but don't forgive me because this is how I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? The reality of the obedience and how much faster God bless it is where Base is at. You know what I mean? And so the community being an opportunity to participate, and we just operating in our lane. We don't really read the press clippings. We just go to work. And so that's the gratitude on it. So I can't wait till we get back to doing this live. Again, like I say, the 14th or the 21st, we all gonna get a chance to rub elbows and, you know, be around each other again. But this moment was a precious moment that this is going to age well. When you look back at it and say, that workshop did something for me. You know what I'm saying? And so right now, this week, again, we're going to close out phase 3, family. I'm telling you right now, in February, we're closing phase 3 out. It's gone. There's already 3 or 4 commitments inside that 20 right now. So the goal over there is to be able to make sure we allot at least 4 to 5 lots every single week to the community. So my question of it is, how many of you is getting a lot this week? Right? You know, let's take action. How many of you getting a lot this week? When we go into this new week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, like how many you getting your lot right now and getting yourself in position? Because we want to get you structured, positioned, and ready to go. And so we want to make sure we spend enough time with everybody in the family to get you right and tight, right? And to make sure you're ready to roll. Because we always close out a phase before we open the next phase. So before we go to phase 4, we're going to close out phase 3. So phase 3 is going to close out in February. So, you know, I know we got Sis over there. Cuzzo says a room of 7 of that. Then that should be 7 lots right there. All you know what I'm saying? That's what it's supposed to look like, right? Let's do the business credit. Let's put the down payment. Let's move on it, because the beauty of it, this right now is execution is going to get you way further than theory. Absolutely. This deal works better in action than it is in thinking. You know what I'm saying? And so, man, we're grateful, man. So we're going to close this deal out. We hope you guys had a great time. And, you know, my words from you, man, is just let's take action. Thank you for your time. I'm going to pass over to Mr. Billboard. He'll be the last voice you hear from the night, God. Peace and bless your boy, Dynamite Sloan. Thank you for allowing me to host. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you guys had a great time, and I'll see you next go around.
All right. And as always, guys, God bless you. Good evening. We'll see you the next time, man. It's been a pleasure.